Hey everybody, we're live. It took us like almost an hour, but that's not unheard of for us. over here on the Watch the Galaxy Spin channel. Hope everybody's having a good time. Let's make sure you can hear everybody. We had a problem time before last where the audience could not hear everybody, but I think we're good. Our levels are bouncing. Just needed to do one last check on that. Hey, J5. Galaxy go burr.
Galaxy go burr.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Starhopper.
How's it going, Starhopper? J5. Fatal was out there. What's up, Fatal? It's been a while, bud. We've been talking in New World recently, but other than that, we haven't seen each other, like, been able to do stuff in a long time, so it's cool. It's cool to be able to hang out with some of the old crew. You can hear us all. Cool. Cool. I think we're good. Well, let's just get into it then. Let me move this guy around. Tell me if my mic goes weird. Did my mic go weird?
It doesn't sound
Not
weird,
that
but
weird.
it's doing something weird. I'm watching it now. It's like vibrating.
Dancing. Watch out.
Is it?
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. You never know with the mic stand. If it's loose, it could fall over, right?
It's true. That would suck.
I mean, it's definitely happened. Like, I've literally had this mic stand fall over because I didn't have it
Well,
tight.
that's
So anyway, well met. I'm cynical.
Concern, yeah.
Yeah, that's why don't fuck with me, man. It's cool. Anyway, I'm cynical. This is my channel, and all around us here, this is Chronicle. Currently, we're in episode 21, which is we're getting towards the the sunset of the campaign because and a lot has happened, but it's been pretty cool. Had a lot of fun with this one so far. But for those of you that don't know, even though we're here towards the end or whatever, this is a Traveller campaign. This is a custom Mongoose Traveller 2nd edition campaign set in our version of the original Traveller universe, or also the 3rd Imperium, which is like one of the factions in that universe. We have some of our own events and stuff in there, but otherwise it's pretty much the vanilla Traveller universe. And I would say, we used to say in this little intro that I do, that we're all a bit new to Traveller, to the whole family of it. And this is still our first big Traveller campaign, but I will say, because we are getting close to the end of it, I don't feel like we're new to it anymore. We've been doing it for, almost a year. We've been doing Traveller now since January of this year, if you think about that. So we've been playing this campaign for 10 months. That's pretty cool. Pros at it now. I don't know about that, but we definitely feel comfortable in the system to a greater degree than I did before. But just like any, I see you shaking your head. Just like any RPG system, though, it's always like, I don't think I'd be able to run this game blind, like without materials, for a very long time. It's especially this game. This game is so much about all of its little bits and bobs, right? Like all the different items and all the different like ship components and stuff. It's not like it's not a simple game in that respect. It requires these big lists of things, but it is simplified by playing it with these VTT tools, I feel like, too. But yeah, so I just wanted to talk a bit about Traveller and our experiences with it so far here before we got into this, just because we're going so far into this game. So I wanted to take a moment to do that, which is what this has been and why this is a little bit different than the normal kind of intro that you've heard me do almost every one of these sessions. But let's go ahead and get into the actual game now. As always, because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll mostly be focusing on the game, so if you don't get a response in chat, just know that we really appreciate you being here to take part in Chronicle. And of course, you've kind of seen that by now. Everybody is welcome. Let's just keep it civil in the chat, and let's go ahead and talk about the players. So these are my friends. Together we're carrying on a very old tradition between all of us and a few others that we call CoFH RPG. These days it's just CoF, just our group, CoFH. And RPG, because we're playing RPGs. I'll just spam until you notice me. I noticed your first time there, Hopper. It's hard to miss Hopper sometimes, especially in marbles. I'll just leave it there for people that don't know. You'll just have to figure that one out on your own eventually. But anyway, let's get to him. So let's just take a moment to introduce him, and I'm gonna go for the exclamation play. I'm gonna go for the original save for each of these, even though I've been kind of doing a different thing for the intro for each of them. But just when you thought it was safe to roll the dice, steps in my longtime pal and proficiently problematic player, Lord Venom 1. Go ahead and tell us about it yourself, and what the hell is going on with Dixon by the end of this stuff.
Hey guys, Lord Venom 1, absolutely brand new to Traveller, so looking forward to that. Yeah, I think Traveller's been an interesting system. Yeah, I really like it for things like simulating some stuff like trade that we've done a tiny bit of, but haven't gotten too many opportunities to do because Dungeon Masters, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I play Dixon Matthews. He's had a very interesting journey for him. He did not expect to, as he often plays out, he didn't expect all this stuff to happen. He thought it was going to be kind of a glorified on solo and just kind of steal shit and do whatever. Not necessarily steal shit, but move some shit around, deal with some pirates. See what's cracking around the universe. Turns out it's a shit show. But yeah, I'm looking forward to kind of rounding out. We've sort of been alluding to that this might be wrapping up sooner rather than later. This particular story with these particular characters. It's one of the things I find really interesting with Traveller. It's not about a epic story specifically. It's kind of like a glimpse of this thing is happening in the universe in this little pocket, and I think that's an interesting approach, which obviously is generally makes a lot of sense. Obviously, not every story that happens in the real world is an epic story, but it can still be interesting. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. I don't know. This is we're getting back into psychics, and we're hopefully going to find out something about these orbs and whatever when we finally get to Tick Tick. So I don't know if Dixon's just like, oh good, we're going to see the wizard and let's see what they say. So I don't think he has a lot of thoughts about it other than it's probably going to be worse. Though we have presumably a lot of pirates in between us and Tick Tick. So again, dealing with pirates has been real shitty and real dangerous, but in some ways it's a little more of a approachable problem for Dixon. So in that respect, he likes it.
Because it's something he knows how to deal with, right?
Yeah, like even though it's super dangerous, and as we've seen, our ship certainly has taken massive damage. Last episode, he was in the walls fighting,
literally
hand to hand. He was comfortable, if not particularly confident in our. He wasn't assured of success, but he was at least comfortable with what he was doing, which is important.
It's kind of awesome, though. I love that he's comfortable in like situations like that, but uncomfortable in situations that are potentially far less dangerous, but in some ways are much less mundane.
Yeah, I think those particular nerves are burnt out from his policing days, where it's just like,
right.
There's a bad guy, these bad guys are armed. A normal person would obviously freak out, but it's like, it's just kind of something's got to be done, and we're the people that do it, so it's just kind of exercising those old grooves.
Makes sense. All right. Well, moving on. Following that is my good friend, fellow member of Screen Room, and streamer in his own right, MadCow234. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and what's going on with Ryder by now.
Yeah. So we do Screen Room over on twitch.tv/screenroom on Sundays and Wednesdays.
Your mic's going crazy right now.
On Sundays. Oh, is it?
Really bad.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but it is like rubber
it's like, it's not crackling. It's a whole other weird thing that I've never heard.
Might be a network thing.
Could be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's kind of rubber bandy.
Yeah, your camera is even kind of jumpy. Weird.
Interesting.
Go ahead. Try and
So yeah,
try and continue.
come hang out at Screen Room with us. And I stream over on my channel as well. But as far as Ryder is concerned, he's kind of former Army, former Navy, so he's always just kind of looked forward and kind of just let everything come to him. He kind of just goes with the flow more than anything. He was up in the Navy. He had a captain that kind of forced his ship to fire upon another Imperial Navy ship because they were being boarded, and he was afraid that they were going to take the ship and kind of steal the technology. So rather than do that, he was just going to kill everybody on board. And Ryder kind of wouldn't let him do that, and took a little shuttle over there and kind of paved the way to save the ship. And after seeing that, he was like, fuck this, and pieced out of the Navy and got a call from Dixon and went and traveled. So he's just kind of been glad to be out of all that. A lot of shit has gone down, but it's been like as a team, right? So it's a lot of fun. He really enjoys that. He's been kind of lone man.
Because you're really
whole
disillusioned
life, right?
by your leadership, I guess, right? More than anything in the Navy.
Right.
Okay.
Well, like I also he also tried out for the Navy a bunch and didn't get in, and so he's been kind of disillusioned this whole process, and then gets in, and this is kind of what he sees and experiences, and it's just like, this is ridiculous. Might as well just go out there and do it myself, basically. And that means with a team, not by myself, but without, a giant bureaucracy.
Sure.
Above.
Kind of the whole Malcolm Reynolds, like, you can't take this guy from me, I'm gonna take my own thing, get out there and be independent sort of vibe. That's cool.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I mean, you've been doing that for a while now, right? You guys, this is like your first, like, basically 4 or 5 months, or more than that now, around that, somewhere around there, of that life, of that career. And of course, you're very far from everything you've ever known, but it's interesting to see that I don't think Ryder the entire time has ever been like freaked out by that. The most freaked out I think he ever was maybe like when he was in the hospital bed. I feel like on the ship for a while, for like a couple days.
So
a few days. It was like 5 days.
The most freaked out he'd been actually is with that miss jump.
Oh, right. When it was counting down. That's interesting.
When it was counting down. And like basically, because he kind of, I don't know, he just kind of always is looking forward, and he's like, things just never, this is going negative now, like forever. Like,
sure. Right.
This is kind of the end of it, right? This is like, this isn't how things work. And, Ryder's not like the smartest dude. So like, he's just watching this number kind of go backwards, and it's like, okay, I can extrapolate where that goes, and that's bye.
Right.
So it's kind of,
plus, I guess, like, having been in the Navy,
his head.
there were probably all these stories and stuff that you heard about missed jumps and all this crap that was terrifying.
Like entire
that makes sense.
Naval ships just
disappear,
never being heard
with
from
thousands of crewmen on board and stuff.
Exactly. Yep.
That's pretty crazy when you think about that. Yeah. A naval campaign in Traveller would be fun sometime, or like one of these big things. We'll probably end up doing something like that at some point. When we do a future space game that I have planned that I'm not going to talk about in detail, it will involve some of the 2300 rules and exploration, but a ship that isn't like a purchased thing that you have. It'll be like a bigger ship for that time, but a much smaller crew because those ships are much smaller. So I think that will be an interesting thing to see, because it'll be very different than this campaign, but it'll be the exact same system. But we'll talk more about that in like 8 months or so. I'll see you then.
8 months.
maybe more than that. I don't know. It depends. That's not the next campaign. That's the one after that. But we'll get there eventually. But moving on from that, next up, my Nakama from Another Mama. It's Society Streams, also a fellow member of Screen Room and a independent streamer. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and what's up with Roman after all this time.
What's going on, everyone? I'm Society. Catch me with these fools on Sundays and Wednesdays. Roman Boar by now is pretty used to flying by the seat of his pants in situations, in the sense of like, you know, not being in control is something he's had to cope with a lot of things in his past, so it's not really something new. So finding the things that he can control is something that's, I think, occupying a lot of his headspace lately. And
Interesting.
So he's becoming like hyper focused in some regards on certain aspects. Something that he's done in the past week is he is set up a kind of like along the lines of what Venom was describing about the campaign kind of closing up. You kind of start thinking about like legacies, I guess, in a sense, or ways to make something persist beyond the campaign if we ever do decide to come back into this world or something like that. So I think something Roman is doing right now is setting up kind of like an anonymous public repository of sightings and information.
I'll explain in a minute.
Involving the those like body snatching videos that he's been discovering throughout the whole campaign. Kind of compiling all the things that he knows and all the things that he's discovered on the subject into one place and making it like open source and like public so that people can access it and find it and then add what they've discovered. Just kind of trying to make the public aware to the best of his ability that this is going on, even though as conspiratory as it sounds. But I think that's going to be something that he does that might help persist into the future.
Interesting. That's cool. You haven't really talked about that before, so that's interesting to hear. You talked a little bit earlier that you feel like you have, like when we were off camera, you feel like you said you had felt like you did a lot what you wanted to accomplish with this character. I think that's an interesting thing to hear. You were serious about that from a player perspective?
Actually, and it was kind of like a half-hearted statement at the time.
Sure,
but
sure.
like,
I know you were like joking around.
I do think about. Yeah, I was joking about the Astroburgers thing. Namely.
Yeah, I know.
Like, all right, I did it in the campaign, but in all honesty, like, the character has coped with a lot of things. I kind of honestly was hoping for a darker route for Roman, but he kept saving people and people kept we kept pulling it off. So like, yeah,
just barely, but yeah, you kept pulling it off.
Yeah, it was hard not to like see like the positive in all of that. So like,
that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Roman's character arc was solid, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
I definitely agree. It was interesting.
But
it didn't go where you expected it to go.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah. But that's usually why I like
it was really entertaining.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't want it to be the thing you anticipate. You want it. It's that whole play to find out thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool.
Definitely enjoyed it. Yeah, it was super fun. It is
Hell
super
yeah.
fun still.
Yeah, Hopper. I mean, they did a pretty good job in chat of explaining what all that means. But education is literally how educated you are, and intellect is like your quick wits and stuff like that. So they can apply to different things, etc. Intellect also kind of is a bit broader in some ways. Education is directly tied to a role that you do for advancement, which is kind of like earning XP, like skill ups in the game to get better. So You do a lot of things, but were you able to like learn anything from it? Are you very studious? That's basically what education is a measure of how studious of a person you are. And yeah, it's all in hexadecimal. That's not a thing that I did. That's like literally what Traveller does. Not all Traveller games use the exact same stats. For example, not all games use Luck, Sanity, Charm. Those are optional stats from the companion book, the Mongoose 2nd edition Traveller Companion. But the Psi one being a question mark is just a default, or a blank basically is a default for people that have not been tested with Psi. Do we have a question? I think he's raising his hand so it's visible. I think is what he's trying to do.
Can't hear him.
Yeah, we can't hear you talking, but
oh, he's on the phone. That's what he's trying to. Is that what he's saying?
I don't know. It looks like he's trying to hold it up.
Sorry, don't mind me. Yeah, I'm just trying to contrast so you can actually read the stats, but there's enough delay on the stream that makes it look ridiculous, so I'll stop. But I did get it back there.
That's funny. You understand, Hopper? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We'll try and shoot you an answer if we can. Charades. Awesome. All right, well, last but not least, lurking in the shadows, ready to strike, we have Psychokov, one of my oldest friends and a moderator not only for this channel, but the entire Screen Room community, which is pretty cool, man. It's you've been doing a lot of this stuff with us recently now for a long time now, if you think about it. We've been doing Screen Room for a little while. We've been doing this for a little while now. So you've been doing some moderation stuff for this for a while now. So that's pretty cool to see, Psycho. But yeah, why don't you go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and what's up with Seirui after all this time?
Did I blank out? Did we skip Mad Cow?
Nope. We didn't skip him.
You did black out.
All right, I blacked out.
You did black out. Yes, you blacked out.
Blanked
No,
that completely. All right, well, I'm Psycho. Hi, how's it going? I'm a gamer. Mostly video games, but a bit of tabletop as well. Mostly these days, Pathfinder. First edition. It's pretty fun. Crunchy, but I'm the GM in that one, so my rules. As for Sterulia, she hasn't passed a single education roll yet.
I know. It's bad. It's bad.
And at the end of the last game, we finished up her last week and failed that roll too, so might not see another one.
Yeah, that's always the reality.
So with this character, yeah, I feel like there's not been mechanical progression.
Sure.
But getting in the headspace of the alien race and their culture has been quite the journey for me personally. Like, I knew it was going to be a lot of reading when I started it, but it's been fun to sort of just figure out like how these alien cat people work and think and view other.
You've done a good job of
humans.
diving into the Aslan culture, I feel like, and pulling out some of their weird oddities and stuff, like their sleep patterns. You did some cool stuff with role-playing that. There was some stuff early on in the campaign where you were asleep in that little ship and like getting tossed around in the ship as you were you were in the middle of space combat, and you slept through the entire thing, kind of stumbled out later, like what's going on? Half in a daze. There was some interesting moments I had throughout the game like that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, never got to set up a good, solid trade route, but when you're out in the middle of nowhere, what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of commit to going back and forth within like just a couple of places if you're gonna try and do a trade route, which I mean works, but you were oops. I think we're on an ad. Yep, we're on an ad. All right, well, those of you that don't see the ads, want to hang out for 3 minutes? Because I feel like we're on a 3-minute ad break. Yep, we're on a 3-minute ad break. All
It's
right.
so funny because the new ad manager.
Yep.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Wonder if mine's doing that too.
I'll just type that in so people see it. Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Oh boy.
2 minutes.
I wonder how much of that
Oh, that's so funny.
people heard.
As soon as I said, "Oh," it's when it happened.
Oh,
So-
okay. Well,
so-
hey, I got my thing out. So
Yeah, you got your thing out.
we'll just wait.
Just before we flip over.
Oh man, that's too funny.
I seriously completely blanked on Mad Cows. I have no recollection as to what
he,
you
go,
said.
he goes after Jordan. So
He was
Yeah,
saying he's easy going. He kind of goes with the flow. Disillusioned with the Navy. Scared about the miss jump.
yeah, we had the whole conversation about going into the negative numbers and I'm being freaked out by that.
Oh, that I do remember. Okay.
Minute
Wow.
30.
For a while, my brain just kind of just tossed that out into the wind, and I had to like fishing line grab it and pull it back.
For the few people we have that aren't in an ad break right now, they're getting the secret sauce
Oh, the
here.
inside.
Yeah, the
track.
secret behind the scenes.
Yeah. I don't know if that's anybody. It might be. I don't know. I think it's just subs. So. We don't have very many of those.
That's okay.
A few, but not very many. 1 minute. Oh my goodness.
I'm back.
With 8 ads, Jesus.
Oh, I only had 5 out of 5.
Well, at least I'm getting ad revenue, I guess. I haven't seen a dime of it ever in the entire history of me ever streaming, but hey. We can't
Oh, we've
hear
only
you.
been doing this since January, so
Society. You were muted or something?
Don't you,
Oh,
you have to
man,
make
I
a
am
chunk
muted.
before it pays.
Yeah. Pays out like at 100.
Which is like a pretty good chunk.
Back.
Like, yeah.
Hey, are we visible now?
yay.
Looks like Hopper can see us. All right.
Add those ads in.
Looks like you're about to get. It's about to end, I think. There it goes. Okay, well, the new ad manager did some stuff. So, hey, that's great. But we're back. And now we can go to the intro, I guess, because we really just finished, which is really weird timing. That was all super weird and awkward timing. Thanks, Twitch. Here we go. Into the intro.
The descendants of humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar. Discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, we stand at the height of the Third Imperium in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and megacorporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds, taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to get by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their chronicle.
All right, we're back. Oh, I got echoes. Hopefully that stopped. All right. Yeah, it stopped. Moving things around. So, it's been a while. Let's be honest. Since the beginning of the well, the beginning of the campaign, but the beginning of this kind of current circumstances that we're just exiting. So because we had a bunch of weeks that we had to like go down and couldn't meet, or we ended up doing prep for a future campaign, all of these types of things. So the recap this evening is going to be one of these like not quite the season capper ones, which we won't have another one of those as we go through, so I guess it's fine that we end up having one of these, but the recap's going to be a little bit longer than normal, just because of the fact that I'm going to go back through the last 2 sessions worth of stuff, and they're big. A lot of things happen, so it's going to take me a minute, but let's go ahead and go through it. So the previous intro, or not intro, but recap, whatever, started with a sentence that I think now you kind of understand a bit better. And you had been there for even a session or 2 sessions before this point as well. But Tyr, a system on fire. Looking for opportunities amidst the chaos as well as refueling the Vagabond. Let's see, you slid across the vacuum of space towards the Tyrian Highport, attempting to avoid conflict. I'm trying to move through as quickly as possible. That proved impossible when a neutral ship kind of sought aid from you when it was under duress by a number of Aslan vessels and that were engaged in combat in the system. You were pretty blocked from doing a lot of stuff in that system just by the nature of how dangerous everything was. It was difficult to go try and do refueling because they were fighting over the actual refueling, the places in the system you could refuel, etc. There were blockades set up. A lot was going on. A tense battle was fought by you guys in the outer system there amidst your ship, the ones that you were trying to support, and another vessel that you sought aid from as well. Far from any support of beyond that, the day was eventually won by the Tyrian forces there, availing the Vagabond with safer passage to the Tyrian Highport, which is where you went. After some rerouting and quite a few what we could call tense hours of travel across the war zone, it's just a war zone, the Vagabond, that's their ship, by the way, if you're new here, the Vagabond eventually found its way to the Tyrian Highport, where you were inspected by the Tyrian forces before docking. There were some nervous looks shared among the crew, hoping for the smuggler's hold aboard the Vagabond not to be discovered. But before too long, the inspection was complete, and you were being cleared for docking by the security forces. They none the wiser, or seemingly not caring about the smuggler's hold. Right as a pair of Glorious Empire ships attacked and boarded the upper decks of the station. Specifically what would be Promenade Deck 2. A couple more hours passed as you had docked. 3 of you had made your way through customs at this point, the station kind of in a state of emergency. People running around, you can hear on comms and stuff, even like gunfire and stuff like that. Eventually learning that the boarders had been stopped from reaching any of the lower decks, but were unfortunately held up at kind of a bit of a standstill with the security forces on the level above. The level housing the refueling services and the Astro Burgers, which Roman was looking to go get a snack at, which he pretty much always does when one's around. recognizing you as a group of travelers, and not wanting to risk more of their security personnel, one of the sergeants, that was Merrick, offered you an opportunity for free refueling if you could help them with the problem, and you agreed to do so. Kind of hoping to maybe do some diplomacy at first, to see if you can get through and that way, but assuming that diplomacy might fail, you kind of readied yourself for a fight. And as predicted, diplomacy failed very early. We're not going to point fingers at one way or the other, but diplomacy failed.
Glorious Empire.
One way or the other. Yeah, like I said.
Middle finger.
So, with diplomacy failing very early, the travelers, that being you guys here, began to use, let's just call them savvy tactics, I guess, to weaken the entrenched Aslan. Some time went by while preparing for, well, I guess you could call it an assault, and then power fluctuations and life support failures began to occur throughout the station. You started to not only witness them yourselves, but Merrick was relaying information from ops that was happening aboard the vessel, or not the vessel, sorry, the station. So that assault did go down, and after a heated battle between the travelers and the entrenched Aslan in the Deck 2 promenade aboard this high port, you had discovered the source of the technical problems that we were just mentioning, and perhaps a piece of the Aslan's plan here aboard the station. They had penetrated the inner hull and were cutting their way through systems occupying the space between the hulls of the station, likely with the intent of wreaking havoc and confusion, as well as potentially disabling the lockdown on their section, freeing them, and from there perhaps even allowing the station to fall. Their goal maybe not destroying the station, but at the very least crippling it or taking it over. So at this point, all of you guys, the travelers out there, they split up. Dixon crawled into the fucking wall after them, literally into the space between the hulls of the station to track these Aslan down in there. And the rest of you guys split up and went to the different areas, attempting to cut them off at what you might consider to be the most likely targeted systems. So you split up and went to these areas as quickly as you could to try and cut them off at the pass and get into and open up basically the service entrances to the walls there to get in between the decks and see if you can see them coming or whatever. So you're kind of trying to cut them off, I guess, at the pass, like I said. So that was pretty crazy. After Dixon crawling in after them, you guys splitting up, there was some very intense and extremely personal combat within this tiny crawl space in the dark with Dixon and these Aslan. And Dixon managed to track them down and kill or disable both and drag them out into out of the walls, out of the hole at the service entrance, where I believe which of you were there at the time?
Yeah, was one of them for sure.
That was just Ryder, yeah. Yeah, he was by himself, so it was just Ryder then. So the interesting thing about that is he killed one of them in there, dragged him out, threw him out, and then went back in after the other guy. It managed to get to him with some pretty good rolls from Dixon in that situation. Hope you're not claustrophobic, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. So nearly collapsing on the floor from exhaustion after all of that. A breather was taken by all, really. The day more or less saved. And a deal was made with the security officer, Merrick. You had been working closely aboard the station to deliver a letter to Aces for him. So we made a deal to deliver a letter for him, but the deal was made. What was his thing that he was going to do? Oh, yeah, he was going to give you, I think I wrote it down. Oh, yeah, here it is. In exchange for fighting alongside him on the station and delivering the letter, he turned a blind eye for your extraction of, we'll just call it, I guess, I have it all listed here, but we'll just call it a few particularly valuable objects from the from Deck 2 Promenade, specifically the Astro Burgers and their their equipment and recipes. We won't go too specific about that event, but he turned a blind eye to all of that, as well as and I guess it has to be mentioned, a full suit of battle dress. That's basically a what's the best comparison? I mean, like, if you've seen The Expanse, that's basically like Bobby's suit in that it's like a full power armor suit. It's pretty crazy. That's a long one. That's fair. So he turned a blind eye to that, as well as the man-portable plasma weapon, and still gave you the refueling of your ship for the saving of the station, fighting alongside of them, and delivering the letter and kind of winning him over, basically, in his respect. You kind of caught wind that he sort of had a... he specifically sort of had a lack of respect for some of his leadership in the fall of what's happening here, but he's still stuck by to protect his people that he saw, responsibility for on the station either way. But he wanted a letter sent to his sister, who lives on Asus, where you were going. So it's an interesting, display at the end of all of that. But after extracting your valuable object and boarding with your battle dress, your giant plasma weapon, and getting your ship refueled, you began the journey to the edge of the system, which went by uneventfully, as you then got far enough away and slipped into jump space on your way to the Asus system. And that's where we'll pick up. So, that was a lot to go through. That was a whole lot for me to go through.
Pretty efficient, though.
Yeah. So, I wanted to have the conversation here at the beginning with the players, to see.
I'm one of those.
You're one of them. You are. I promise. So,
can I be one of those?
I intend like the first like scene that I have intended or whatever is just, well, not really a scene, but like the arrival into Asus is where I was going to pick up. But if you wanna, I would like to know what the hell you're doing during all the downtime in between that week, because it's a week of travel.
Healing and studying.
Healing.
Okay.
I was fitting the exoskeleton.
Oh yeah, roll
body.
1d. So for those of you at home, that means 1d6, because this game just uses d6. So 3. So it takes you 3 days of work basically on the suit to get it fitted to you.
I'm typing up a report on that textbook assault and submitting it to the Galactic Encyclopedia.
Okay.
Complete with the holovid.
With the holovid. Are you sure about that?
No, I'm chilling. Yeah, definitely got some recovery. So just kind of normal steady state around the ship. Definitely getting back hardcore to my hand practice. Been studying it for a while, failed to learn anything. I've been a little bit distracted. But after that fight in the phone box, phone booth,
pretty much inside literally the walls of the space station.
Yeah, definitely. I'm more motivated than ever to like get my hand figured out.
Interesting. Well,
Roman's been pretty busy.
What's Roman been doing?
Other than looking after his 2 patients, and being very strict about it, checking in on them pretty constantly, especially Dixon, because I know he doesn't take care of his injuries. I'm gonna be strict, but just do what you want, but I'm definitely gonna keep reminding you.
You should see the other guy.
Yeah,
Oh, you can't.
definitely.
2 other guys.
Definitely have heard that story, and I keep hearing it. This is awesome.
Dixon just keeps telling it.
Yeah. yeah.
Did they have
Every
solar
time morphine
plexuses?
wears off
Because
a
if
little
they
bit.
do, man.
So, other than that, I've been doing what I was describing earlier, setting up that, you know, public accessible repository.
Yeah.
And oh wait, I had something else. Oh yeah, definitely before I hooked up any of that Astroburger stuff, I wanted to like make sure there wasn't any like way that the restaurant could track us from it, or like fail
So it sounds like you want a scene where we deal with that, so we can do that. So I'm just talking to the players now that the characters, right? I'm just trying to get like what scenes you want to have during this downtime, and like what things we need to track. I also have a surprise for all of you, but we'll get to that in a second. Like Al Bundy.
Venom's like, I know what that means.
Surprise.
So yeah, I think that's
Did not
gonna be my
appreciate
main
that
focus. Is focusing on the Astroburger stuff for initially, and then I'll move into the rest.
Interesting. Okay, so yeah, we'll do that. We'll go into we'll handle that in a minute with the roles you'll have to make and all that stuff, and we'll have to all handle that in character. Is there anything else anybody wanted to touch on?
Did we get new passengers?
You didn't say that you did, so and we didn't roll for it. So no.
I would be
mean,
helping
just checking.
Roman with all the Astroburger stuff as well.
I know you talked about getting them, but you never did. And then also, like, you at one point kind of talked about bringing somebody. Yeah.
I mean, there might have been refugees trying to get off. They might have all mostly left, but yeah, obviously leaving was time sensitive because the station was still under attack.
Well, most of the refugees from the station were heading down to the planet. They weren't like
Fair enough.
leaving the system, but yeah.
Well,
But they could. I mean, certainly some are.
yeah.
Anyway, if there's nothing else, we'll handle that and a couple other out of character things first. So first of all, we already made the rolls for the jump, so you don't have anything to worry about there. You're safe to jump or whatever, at the very least. So that's cool for you, I guess. So I guess on that note, let me go ahead and put us in jump space. There we go. Right. Now, in jump, you have some time to study, so go ahead and mark down what you are studying, but I want to give everybody a XP from the actual traditional XP system. So that's going to represent you have to apply it. We're on the honor system here. I'm not gonna make you explain it in detail, but if you want to,
Nice.
if you want to explain it for the event, like what you did that you think warrants this, that's fine. But you get one advance for free, basically, each of you. It has to be spent immediately, so it has to be spent now. You can choose it on anything that you want, but it has to be something that you've used, something that you've like engaged with. It doesn't necessarily mean that I've rolled this skill. It does, right? But it's like I did a bunch of shit around computers and stuff, and now I got the computer thing, or applied it to that, or something. So try and come up with that, and then if you, the player, could take just a second to say what you're doing, so the audience knows and your GM knows, that'd be great. And then after that, we'll jump to the scene that Roman wanted to have in the middle of the jump.
So, one advance.
Correct.
One advance, but you still think roll education on it?
No, you don't have to roll education. It's just a free level up.
Hooray!
Venom,
Sure, because I think I'm not disagreeing. I think last
the
time we
compa-
roll.
Shush, shh.
No, I was looking over the companion. I was looking over the companion thing before. So there is a hybrid version of it where you do roll for the education for it to count as a thing. But then there's also a version where you can just award the advances. Those are typically only done for pretty short campaigns, the way that that's structured. But I wanted to do it anyway because we're coming to a close here of this campaign. And so I figured it's just the easiest way to handle that. So I wanted to give everybody an advance, which will represent what you've learned in the course of this campaign. At any point, really. It doesn't have to be the last session, so you can warrant it with a lot of stuff. And then that's something you'll bring with you into the finale. Well, I say finale, but the end or whatever. So you'll have that advance tonight and to next time or whatever. Because even if you do apply whatever you're getting now with these current this current what is it, study period, that's what I'm trying to say. You're still not gonna have enough time by the end of the game, probably at this point, to get the next advance that you would have gotten anyway.
Sure, it makes sense.
So yeah.
I guess I'll just take that one, the one I was working on.
Yeah. That's what I'm
Feel free to do that, or if you think that you might finish that one still by the end because you're close or something, then feel free to do another one that you think that you've touched on.
This one would be so useful though. I think I'd rather have it a sure thing that I get this one. So
sure, it's your choice.
Just thinking out loud. Yeah.
It's just an advance. You can apply it to anything you want that you have touched on and working.
Electronics, computers, and that is my reason. Is that I've had
sure.
to use that. The reason why I'm studying this one is because I've had to roll for that so many times.
You have
already.
You definitely have. Yeah.
Definitely at this point.
You were the guy that
should be getting it.
You did a bunch of messing around with that. I think that Ryder was also trying to help you with it, and Sterulia was trying to help you with it some early on too. Is that right? I don't really remember exactly. I remember one of you going into one of the others, quarters on the ship, trying to figure out I think it was when you were trying to initially decrypt the planted data wafer early on in the campaign.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, because it wasn't me.
Which you failed all of and got locked out and stuff, and only got the.
So I grabbed
you just
that.
Left it so you couldn't do it. You wouldn't.
You did, especially with my
you did 2 out of 3 tries, is what it was. You failed 2 out of 3, and you were like, "We're not going to do the third because then we get locked out," and you just left it there.
That's right.
And then months went by, and the timer wore out on it, and then it decrypted part of it and was like, "Hey, I'm assuming I'm dead," and that's how you got the data out of it eventually. Instead of hacking it and getting it 6 months earlier or whatever.
We waited, and it hacked itself.
Yeah, I mean, it had a protocol, assume I'm dead if I don't.
Well, I guess I'll take uncombat slug because my handling of the Gauss rifle.
Yeah, you've been doing a bunch of shooting recently. What about Dixon?
Dixon, after studying basic melee combat for so many long weeks, finally just clicked with him in that dark alley.
It's dope. Fuck yeah, man.
And it just,
if it's something you've already been working on, I don't think you have to justify it beyond that at all. But I think Dixon leveling up in melee combat makes more sense than anything else we could have taught.
Because he was
from last session
it and working out mostly by himself,
right.
And it's I'm just not clicking, just don't get it, and then it's once he
got
a check to apply it on this motherfucker's face, it was
crawling through the walls of the ship.
Yeah. That's so fucking interesting. Yeah.
You're knife fighting with shotguns, and it's crazy.
I went back
remember that second one. Because
of how cool.
I remember you were hitting him and stuff,
grappling him.
You were trying to grab a whole bunch of
stuff.
Yeah. That was an interesting time. Yeah.
Why I've been studying, but at least it clicked now for next time.
Well, you got it now, so there you go.
Beat the shit out of everything living on TikTok. The peaceful natives, what are you doing?
So
learned this in the war.
What did you get Sorry, I was gonna say stay with you, but I know you just went. But what did you get, Ryder?
Finish up the piloting.
Oh, okay.
I
So
got
what
a
are you at
point
now?
In piloting, just 2.
Piloting 2. Okay.
Yep.
And that's piloting spacecraft.
Spacecraft.
Okay. All right. And then Roman,
What
it
I've been
was.
doing.
Yeah, I mean, you've been studying it, so I don't think that. Like I said, that if you've been studying it, I don't think there's any. You don't have to justify that yet, right? Roman, what did you get?
I got the computers one.
Oh yeah, the computers. We talked about that. All right, so we have everybody's stuff. So let's go ahead. Disclaimer motivation. Sorry, I'm scrolling past the thing I have. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and get in character. You wanted to work on decrypting the data wafers within the auto chef. You extracted 2 of them. And then you literally physically brought an auto chef, carried, I believe, by Ryder, or I don't remember which of you carried it.
Yeah, he had the exosuit on.
But I think Ryder was carrying the auto chef out. I think
it was Ryder and Roman.
Probably both working together, yeah. But at any rate, at the time you were wearing battle dress, so carrying the auto chef wouldn't be a big problem. So extracting the auto chef and pulling 2 of the data modules, which one was for the auto bar, is for the drink machine and stuff there. So it has their milkshake recipes on it, stuff like that. Then the as well as ice cream on the or toppings for their ice creams and stuff, which come from the auto chef, which you didn't have before, but you do have an auto bar on your ship already because I believe Ryder bought it like months and months and months ago, right? So you have an auto bar and you have a auto chef now, as well as these two chips. You said you extracted the one from the auto bar, if I remember right, and I don't know if you extracted the one from the auto chef or not, but I will assume you just left it in there since you took the whole fucking auto chef. It doesn't really matter. I just wanted to know what you did.
Yeah. I feel like I got 3 chips. I got 2 from. I got 1 shake machine one. I got the shake chip.
That's just the auto bar one.
Okay, and then I got 2 chips from the auto chefs. So I think I took it out, and then we went back and grabbed a auto chef that didn't have one in it, I guess, or that had one. If there was one that had one in it, we probably took that one.
Going back to the thing, the actual adventure we were in. The map. All right. Oh, okay, yeah. So there were 3 auto chefs in there. 2. You took one of the auto chefs, and you probably it took 2 of the chips, and then you also took one from the 2 auto bars in there that were made for making stuff. So you would have 2 auto chef chip. Oh, Jesus, auto chef chips, and then one auto bar chip. Anyway.
Yeah, that's what I
Clear that up. Okay. What was the question? Were you asking something, Mad Cow?
I said sweet.
Oh, sweet. Sorry.
So if there was an auto chef in there that I didn't grab a chip from, we probably grabbed that one.
I think at the time you were just grabbing them quickly because you were trying to do it quickly or something like that. I have to look at them. There were multiple auto chefs, but auto chef, auto bar.
I don't know if I got.
I think you just got 2.
All of them.
I think you just got 2 auto chef and 1 auto bar. At most, you might have been able to get 2 auto bars.
Right. I have 3 down.
So if you have 3, then you have 2 auto chefs and 1 auto bar.
Yeah, and that's what I have written down.
All right. For clarification's sake, so I'm gonna go ahead and.
I just didn't know if there was another machine there. I couldn't remember if there was like 3 auto chefs.
There are multiple machines. And
So if there is another auto chef, we went back and grabbed that one.
I know specifically you said you weren't grabbing all of them at the time.
Mhm.
So you left some. Oh my god, I gotta delete these guys. Hold on. There's guys in the combat tracker. That's all I remember. Whoops.
What? Is it my turn?
So basically, my
Well,
point
because I
is
deleted guys in the combat tracker, it has to have a turn order on somebody. so it did the. So it went to you.
my point is we went back to grab the auto chef with permission. We grabbed one of the auto
Well,
chefs.
you didn't. You didn't
not.
have permission. Remember, he was just like keeping a blind eye, like turning a blind eye while you did it.
It's permission.
So we went back and grabbed one that also had a chip in it. So we have an auto chef with a chip in it, and we've got the other chips that I had gotten previously.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have 3 auto chef chips now and 1 auto bar chip, just because we grabbed an auto chef.
And Dixon, you are at 067 right now. You see that, right? So you'll need to apply the healing that was done and all that during the week. I mean,
Sure. I'm sure I'm at full at this point.
yeah, I just mean you have to do it. To fix it or
Yeah.
whatever. Okay, cool. Well, on that note, if this will work. I'm gonna go ahead and do that and this. So where on the ship are you guys now that it's sitting here in jump space? The rippling tide of reds and strange, almost indecipherable colors cascading across the front of the vessel. Our camera moves into its interior. Where does it go? Because this is your scene, Roman. Where is Roman at doing this work?
Our auto chef is in the one that we already have. That one's in our.
You didn't have an auto
level?
chef at all before.
We had an auto
Yeah,
bar.
not a bar. Yeah.
Auto bar. It's in the galley. That's where all your food storage stuff is. Because you still have to put food in it that you keep cold and stuff for it to do things to it.
So I guess I'll be there. I guess
It's
I'll
not a
be
replicator.
hooking up our new auto chef.
Okay, so we'll put you guys in the galley then. Who wants to be part
Well-
of this scene?
Yeah, it'll be there, and I'll be like, before I hook it up and power it on, right?
No, I got
make
you, I
sure
got
we're
you.
not, like, cool.
Ryder would be there helping. But can you push
Hell
the
yeah.
ship to me? Because my bookmark is broken.
Yeah, mine too. I noticed that earlier.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, the image is gone for some reason.
Yeah, I just see a white screen.
Sam.
Yep.
Okay, well,
I
let
have
me-
the reference one though. That's what I was looking at just now.
So that's strange. So Roman and Ryder. Who else is going to be in there?
I'll be there.
I mean, I'm okay if everybody's there. I just wanted to know if anybody's not going to be there.
This probably happened early in the week, so I'll probably be in medbay healing.
That's true.
It's up to you guys. You can position it whenever.
This will probably be for pretty much first thing.
Yeah.
And I'll probably be stuck in medbay as well.
Yup.
So not there.
Okay. Me and
I'll
Ryder.
have a GoPro on. There's vid screens in medbay.
Yeah.
You could be watching us and talking to us.
Yeah. I'll be streaming on my stream.
Oh yeah.
All right.
IRL.
Captain's perspective.
Yep.
So I'll just go ahead and do this
24/7
then.
captain stream.
Okay, here we are at the ship. This is the interior of it only. For different levels.
Did you
They can
push
move
it? 'Cause
between
I
them.
didn't get it.
I'm pushing it now to you guys. It has been pushed.
Real good. Yeah. Nice.
Okay, so everybody see yourself, where you're at, all that stuff, and select your token. should see what you see. Like, for example, he's in here. On stream, they're going to see different stuff, of course, than you guys do. But if I select this is what Dixon sees right now. That's what Starolia sees right now. And over here in the galley, on the level above them, which they can actually move themselves between levels automatically by going to the elevators and stuff. Which took a long time to set all that up. Alright, so moving on the galley. And I guess we'll put you in the chairs here. So with that then, our camera, spilling through the rippling tides of jump space, enters effortlessly through the hull of the Vagabond, the paint job on the outside, illuminated by these brilliant colors briefly as our camera passes through it and through the inner workings of the hull, passing through the front of the ship. We see some of the passengers upstairs kind of looking out into their little portholes into the the interesting tide beyond, passing past them and eventually into the front forward section of the ship, the position of the galley, where we have Ryder and Roman sitting in chairs. The galley itself is pretty clean because Starulia keeps it nice, but you haven't been particularly well stocked with like really nice foods or anything like that. But Starulia has bought ingredients and everything that you need to prepare stuff generally. So I'm sure there's an air of excitement between the two of you at least that maybe you'll finally start getting your hands on some good food. But that's where we'll jump in as the camera halts here in position. Are you having problems seeing the map, Starulia? It's showing that you don't see it for me.
No, I see it.
Okay. It was being weird for me, showing you that you weren't looking at it or whatever. You weren't able to see it. All right. Anyway, so with that, our camera moves into the interior of the galley. You're in character. What are you doing?
You see this auto chef worked in kind of haphazardly, like kind of cockeyed, so like it's not fully installed. And like the back's open.
It's like pulled out and you're still working on it and connecting up the tubes
There's
and
parts
stuff.
everywhere. Exactly. It's all set up ready to be connected basically, but I also have my my personal computer out.
Okay.
And and I'm basically sitting on the floor with all this.
Okay.
And like I've got the proper tool set and everything ready to go. And I'm basically just running it through kind of like see if I can run it through like a pass before I run it through the ship's systems.
Right.
To like see if I can like catch anything it's trying to like ping, or because there's got to be something letting it know that it's activated, things like that.
So
and
so the auto chef is more getting it connected to the ship and working and functioning and everything is more complicated than just like typing on and doing stuff, right? Like that is an element of it, but there's also you'll have to make like mechanic rolls or engineering rolls to do
actually hook it up,
do the actual hooking up and make sure that it's working. So I'm going to do this as a disconnected set of task chains and stuff as you're going, but I'm going to make you, in the kind of tradition of the game we're going to be playing soon, the PBTA stuff, I'm going to make you have to do the, if you want to do it, you have to do it thing. We did this last time too, if you remember when we were playing. But, so just describe to me what you're doing and tell me the skill you're trying to do, and I'll have a conversation between you and we'll figure it out.
All right. Well, first I want to make sure that this thing's not going to track us. Right, I want to make sure that Astro Burger's not going to figure out that we have it, so I'm going to figure out where any kind of identifying markers are on this machine itself, scratch it off if I can, get rid of it, get rid of any metadata that might be collected about the machine in question on a closed network that I've created on my PC, and I'll basically see if I can disable or catch any kind of fail-safes they may have put on the device.
Okay. I would say that there's going to be, so first, just to get it up and running, I'll need a mechanics roll or an engineering roll from somebody. And that'd be it. And then
Ryder, I definitely need your help with these.
if you want to figure out exactly like how to like scratch the VIN on it and all that stuff perfectly, then that would probably be like a streetwise roll. I would say like streetwise education probably, or streetwise
Do you
ent.
have any of that, Ryder?
Not good. No, I don't have streetwise.
No. Hold on,
Hey,
don't
guys,
roll
you're gonna want to.
don't roll
You're
yet.
gonna want to scratch out that VIG. You're gonna want to scratch out that chip there.
Yeah. I have the video of them up. They can watch us from the
That's
sick
like
bay.
that's like 101. God.
Don't roll yet.
Oh
'cause
wait, I
I'm
got a
gonna set up
donation
task
coming
chain.
in.
I'm gonna set an actual task chain so you can actually roll into it. This thing here.
Nice.
Definitely not Dixon.
You ain't
is
never
saying
stole
that we
anything
should
before?
scratch off
Goddamn.
this number.
From the cop. I love
Yeah,
that.
he's telling. He really wants the Astroburger also.
Yeah,
I've
they're
seen a
they're
lot
all
of stolen
jonesing.
goods in my day.
My hunger is outweighing my morals.
All right. Let me edit this.
As far as I'm concerned, they owed us the whole damn station. So these couple machines is lease payment they could have.
That makes sense. Okay. So, actually, will this do it for me? I think it will. Yeah. Cool. Sorry. But yeah, set up these rolls. It's gonna take me a second.
Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah,
All right.
What was it?
Go ahead.
quite harrowing a little bit, eh, Ryder?
A little bit.
Can't believe we managed to score this though. Holy shit, we'll be eating like kings, I tell you.
Yeah. We didn't even have to kill very many of them.
I know, I was surprised actually. Well, Dixon did have to kill a couple,
Yeah,
but
just a couple.
I think I want to talk to Steruya when she's feeling better about looking for buyers, perhaps, for these other recipe chips we have. I think we can make a pretty profit if we don't get caught selling them, I guess.
Yeah, we could sell them to Astroburger rivals
Yeah, exactly. That happens all the time.
all the time.
Astroburger companies will pop up like a bootleg Astroburgers, right? A lot of times
Ooh.
they're actually using real Astroburgers recipes, but they're outdated. You know how valuable it would be to get a current data chip? This is gold. This is gold, my friend. I slapped the side of the machine.
I know that. That's amazing.
Moves a little bit.
Let's find some sucker. I mean, customer.
Oh yeah, we
Buy
got to
this.
make sure that one. Oh yeah, that'll be easy. Watch, you'll see. It'll be easy to find someone willing to buy it. If they're like not a cop, that'll be the question.
What?
Can't stand cops.
I mean, like, they don't want us to have our Astroburgers.
What do you mean that Astroburger's for a cop?
Oh shit! Wait.
Hey, how
Why'd
you
you say
feeling?
that?
Wait, fuck.
You're awake.
Wait. No, I don't want that one. I want your burger.
I knew you were there.
This is our burger. We're calling it
No,
something
I don't
else.
want
mean,
that burger. I want your burger. I want you got one over there.
It's ours. It's the
Don't
Astroburger
fuck with me,
special.
man.
It's okay. It's just really illegal. I'm kind of nervous. I'm not going to lie. Haven't really
That's
stolen
fine. That
anything
burger's
this-
good.
It's hot.
You reach out your hand. I slap the cuffs on you.
Oh, no,
Gotcha,
it's been undercover the whole time.
scumbag. But you thought I was
talking
just
to a
along
mic.
for the ride? You wanted to be
Been
you thought I was a
undercover
little
this whole
It's a
traveler?
long con. You burger thief.
Caught in the goddamn act.
Astro Burgers Special Police. You're under Astro arrest.
Damn it! And then it's like the intro to the show, right?
Right. And that was the intro to the real Chronicle.
Yeah. Astro Burger Police.
All right. So with that, you should see if Fancy Ground stops freezing on me. There we go. The auto chef hack task chain, which I can put on screen here.
Oh. Task chain. Oh, look at that.
Oh, it's actually not fixed yet. Hold on.
I just see
I just
two
see
things.
Streetwise.
You don't. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix it.
No, I just
You
see
don't.
one.
Wait. You don't see it?
I see
just
salvage operation.
I did, and then it went away.
Okay. Let me fix that. It should be.
Doing it. Gonna be delicious. Once we make sure the chips are not like tracked or anything, we can put the auto chef one right into the auto chef we already have. Or I'm sorry, the auto bar. Yeah, we can put the memory chip right in there, and it'll start making some shakes for us.
Do you see it
What I'm
now
excited for.
in the task chain list?
Yes.
I see the Streetwise, yeah.
There's only one thing. Should there only be streetwise?
No, there's not just one thing. There's one,
We
two,
need to
three,
see that
four,
one.
5 things in it.
But yeah, I
Oh.
only see streetwise.
I see one thing, yeah, Streetwise.
Well, I guess we'll see what happens when you start rolling.
Yeah, it might pop up when this one's completed.
Is Streetwise the first
Yeah.
one?
It is.
All right, so you good with me rolling this?
Okay.
I mean, if you can look on my stream, you can see the full task chain there.
Look. You're
Hey,
gonna
Dixon,
go down.
do you think you know where
Dixon,
they would
help
put
us.
Yeah,
some?
mosey on down to Strayuria's little section and get her file out, and you're gonna want to file
Alright.
off this little serial number right here, and then there's gonna be a little identity chip.
I start moving the camera around the machine.
Smack that.
as it's
Yeah,
on.
they're right there. Yeah.
All right, these ones.
Got it.
Okay. Did you do it
You've
on the
stolen these
thing?
before, I see.
Oh, you did.
I
Okay.
did.
Yep, and now it says mechanic, yep.
Yeah.
I did feel
All right,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, don't
So
worry
you-
about
just to
how I
show
know
people
that.
at home. They are down here in the med bay right now. That's Dixon next to State Rulia in the med bay, watching the screen here so that he's showing them what's going on from basically upstairs, the deck above them. Dixon is recovering from his injuries, and so is State Rulia. So they're probably like wrapped up in bandages and stuff, like sipping on a cup or whatever during this time. Just
Liquid
for
medicine.
everybody has context. Where everybody's at. All right.
But
And that
still got that context on that 14 on
Oof.
Yeah, so 14 was his roll on the Streetwise, which is really good in this system. So that gives you a dice modifier of 2 to the next roll, which is a mechanics roll to get the thing connected. But remember, if you're gonna do it, you have to do it. So I'll take that roll, but you still have to tell me, in order for it to work, in order to do it, you have to do it.
Yeah, I'm like, Roman, you forgot to plug it in.
Oh,
That's funny. That wasn't a gratuitous win because that's just to get it connected to where basically it works. So you managed to get in there and take apart some of the power systems and get it connected to ship's power, so it is powered.
establishing connection to home servers.
yeah,
So
right.
this is
Servers. Oh,
so one thing
yeah.
that's interesting about
Quantum
this auto
network.
chef. One thing that's interesting about this auto chef that you'll note, Ryder, by doing this mechanics work is this is not the typical kind of auto chef that you would just buy and put in your ship or your home. This is literally one that's meant for commercial use. So it uses more power than a normal auto chef, but only about fractionally. So you do have to kind of run it separately and stuff. So it's not as simple as just plugging it in, as you say. But it's kind of you can still say that. But while it's a little bit more complicated, one of the things about it that is good is it has a slightly higher volume of output, right? So it can, and that's not uncommon. Like restaurants need to cook a lot of food for a lot of people, so that's basically why. But just so you know.
We got a lot of Roman.
All right,
Right.
so now
It
you
looks like
got it
you've
plugged
got
up.
the
It begins to
power.
boot up. Screen kind of flickers for a second, and then the screen just goes black, and you see a little holographic display appear above where the screen would be, about an inch above it. On that holographic display, it's just sitting there blinking, essentially a prompt for you to type in, and you can just type straight onto the holographic display itself. But it's not giving you any information at all about what you're seeing. It's literally a blank prompt. So imagine being in like a DOS prompt or something like that, right? And you just have the cursor blinking. That's pretty much what you got right now. Did you miss that because you were changing headphones?
Yeah, I didn't get any of that.
Because that was all to you. All right. Well,
My
You're
bad.
dead. Roman, wake up. No, Roman.
I hate to
Are
see
you dead?
that. I hate to see that.
to summarize, you're staring at a blank DOS prompt with a little holographic keyboard that you can type into. This has got the hardest roll of the task chain by far. You have no input on what to do. This is literally just a blank prompt. There's no title screen or anything. It's just a holographic display above the blank little screen for you to type into, which is pretty common. It has a lot of these have holographic interfaces and stuff, just like your ship does. But it's essentially just a fully blank prompt. What do you do?
All right, I'm gonna attempt to run the operating system within a closed network so that it doesn't like go anywhere other than my personal computer. Trying to trigger my Alexa.
Yeah.
Personal what? Huh? Say that again.
Shut up. But
Okay.
So yeah, I'll just based on my newly acquired computing skills, I'll kind of go with what I know. That I'll if I don't know, I'll look up what I can about the operating system that Astro Burgers uses,
Okay.
and I'll attempt to operate it.
All right. So essentially, to get this thing moving and like boot up, basically, it's going to be a roll to bypass. They're very, very basic security procedures that are there for use of the chip, not copying it or getting true access to that data or anything, but just making the food on the thing. This is the kind of thing that like branch managers have to log into, or like the guy that runs that Astro Burger, right, would have access to. So go ahead and give me the task roll there. I will remind you that you do have a boon if you want to spend it. Though I know,
Absolutely.
though I do know the boon was given to you with the intent of it being used for grenades at some point.
Oh, that's
But-
true. We'll just have to get another one because I need this one now. So I'll use my
Alright.
boon.
Boon of fate being
And-
consumed.
He's gonna eat a bunch of burgers and then drop a grenade
Oops,
in the
that's the wrong
bathroom later, so it's pretty close.
What am I dragging and dropping now? I want to roll.
Your electronics computers int on the task chain row. Drop it into the
pull that.
result.
Okay.
You might just click the
Cool.
result box. I don't know about that.
That's what I was wondering.
I think you have to drop it in there. All right. Just barely.
Yeah, just barely, man.
Just barely. It's a good thing that it's a very good thing that you used the boon, because you would have absolutely
Yeah.
failed by 3 if you had not used the boon. So, all right. Well, you were able to actually get into and while that was it was a much more complicated like hack than you would have thought it
Right
would
there, I
actually
mean.
be. It is functional. You think you could maybe get it to actually do stuff with food, but one of the things that you're seeing here is that it has it very specifically, like you can actually see like within the interface and stuff as you're browsing through essentially the folders and stuff with their equivalent thereof. It does indeed itself, the Auto Chef itself have what you might think of as a modern day, like today, a LoJack type of thing. It will absolutely broadcast on every single printing of any kind of food.
Fucking knew it right there.
So if you want to disable that, you're gonna have to do that. That's gonna be specifically, it's in the task chain, so you can see what's going on.
That's the next one.
That is indeed. But
I want to.
remember, if you want to do it, you have to do it too.
So I will attempt to.
Like right now, you can see it's trying to make a connection, but it's like it's not, right?
Yeah.
But if it was being used, it would just make a broadcast, like a wide broadcast, system wide.
I'm gonna attempt to fool it into thinking that it, like, you know, sent off its signal and then got the appropriate response back. So
Okay, what does that look like? What is Roman doing that look like?
Oh, he's hacking. Like,
so we just have like
Hackers,
a montage.
There's a bunch of projected light on him, and it's like, yes.
Hold on, we'll get Asperger soon.
No, but I am on the ground. I am sitting kind of cross-legged with the portable PC on me, on my lap, hooked up to the wires, and the interface is kind of running through it. You can see the OS on the screen.
Okay.
You, Ryder might also notice occasionally when I am going to reach for my keyboard, and in the middle between key strokes, he may notice my hand shaking, and at one point it might get you might see Roman notice it himself and kind of like grab his hand to try and stop it just briefly. But other than that, I will be attempting to fool this LoJack system into thinking it got its response back, basically by trying to give it its a passcode, like, you know, like turning off an alarm that's going on.
Fake. So basically, it's looking to either ping something because it's not getting the proper response back. So you're trying to give it the proper response back so that it doesn't do the pinging thing. Okay.
Exactly.
That works. Ryder, just so we're clear, because you're not doing anything at this very moment while he's fiddling around with this, and this isn't like in seconds. This is taking like a few hours. This whole process. What are you doing here while he's like intensely hacking or whatever?
Dabbing my forehead and handing me a drink with straw in it.
I mean, are you just like hanging out in the room like watching? Because you know you're going to be needed, but like what are you doing? Like sitting there watching him eating potato chips? What are you doing?
Well, I I definitely would kind of, you know, there'd be some cleaning up that would need to happen. And I would pat him on the back.
Try and talk the problem through with him a little bit, and keep the place clean so Stay Roy doesn't kill you.
Vent whatever he needs to say to me. I kind of will just stand there.
Give him a little kiss.
And let him.
Yeah, just whisper in his
let
ear.
him ramble.
Stop.
Ryder doesn't understand a damn word he says.
Got this, big boy.
I kind of imagine Ryder being like accompanying like your best friend who is putting together a passion project of theirs, right? That you have like
you're watching you build a car.
Yeah, exactly. So like I kind of see you like spinning around in your chair. You know,
he doesn't like engines, but he really wants to ride in this car. Or whatever.
Yeah. It's like I cannot wait for this car.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just kind of like there, and we're shooting the shit. We're talking. We're telling stories. We're kind of like talking about the crazy shit that just went down, and how good this food is gonna be after all the shit we've been through.
So you have set up the loop that you think will function. It has taken probably about 2 hours of work on that specific part by this point. And so you probably had Dixon and Stay Roy checking in and out on the screen every now and then, maybe going back and forth getting coffee because of, you know, a few hours have passed. But you think you have successfully created the loop mechanism. The only way you can actually tell is to connect and turn it on.
All right, Ryder. This is the moment of truth. I think I have it wired right. I fooled it, but Only one way to be sure, I guess.
Oh shit! Alright, well.
So mechanic
If I pull
dexterity
this-
roll to get this in there
see
connected
if I
properly.
can Get
This is-
connected.
This is not a failure on this roll. Doesn't mean, oh no, we're caught. It can mean a lot of different things, but it means you didn't correctly connect this complicated ass commercial auto shift to the inner workings and guts of your ship.
Yeah, but that's never gonna happen. Boom.
All right. Well, you rolled a 12, which is one of the best I've ever seen Ryder roll for
I
anything.
know, bro. I was sweating, dude.
It's
I
time.
was sweating.
It's time for some
Oh,
burgers.
the captain, man. When it really
Trying to
matters, the
shoot
captain
Aslan in
delivers.
power armor, snake eyes. Trying to get himself a burger. Here we go.
Priorities.
Yup.
Roll that 12 money.
Wait,
All
Wait,
right.
did you take a minus for being in that power armor?
That's right. He's been sleeping in it.
Just breaking everything in the galley.
Yes, he's like trying to like do some jumpers, and he's like in this big
Puppy
suit.
shatter.
Smashes
Ryder,
the auto
take it off.
shift piece. Okay, that's definitely not happening. Anyway, so with that roll, you have it connected now to the ship successfully. You are 100% sure, Ryder. This is definitely going to work. But I would like you to describe to me, like, again, if you're going to do it, you got to do it. So describe to me what it looks like with you getting in there and doing all this dirty mechanics work. Because this is while this is not a hard roll, this is the actual dirty work of getting this fucking thing that you literally put food into and it's connected to all the power systems and cooling systems of the ship and all that stuff. So you get about an hour's worth of work. What's it look like?
Yeah, this is when I like connect the tubes that take the food from the supply, the food tubes as I call them. See, I got
in the biz.
fancy technical names for everything. I've been doing this a while. So I connect the food tubes, I connect the smoke tubes to the filtration, the ventilation system, and connect the oil tubes to drain the oil out as it cooks.
All the grease and stuff.
Then all the grease, drain all the grease out, and we'll collect that and we'll put it back in the engine, and we'll start running.
The
we'll start making our own fuel from the burgers. Yeah, so connect all that up, kind of push it back into the, settle it back in, because now everything is all connected up. Get it nice and flush with the counter and everything.
Wipe it all off, clean it. Everything's nice and shiny now. All right, well, it's ready to go.
Nice and
All you got to
shiny.
do is hit the button to start and see what happens.
All right. Ryder, it's
Roman,
good.
It's good. It's your go ahead, and you should
All
make
right.
the first burger.
Guys, look. You awake? And I'm gonna like turn the monitor or turn the camera so it's like. making
Go on
sure
the
I see
comms, talk to him. Yeah, intercom.
They're both dead.
Look, you guys ready? All
What
right.
happened?
We're going to do it. You ready? All right.
So yeah,
I'm gonna do it. Just press the
Roman
button.
cuts in over the med bay
Do it.
screen.
We don't care how you're feeling. Watch us. We've done all
Alright.
this.
Okay.
Oh, he did it.
So it boots up. The once again that screen comes up and then immediately
Horrible
goes
booting sound.
goes away. It probably sounds like an old machine, right? Like because there's all this weird movement happening around the side with tubes and
Are
stuff.
you sure this is right?
I mean, have you ever heard a 3D printer? Because those are not.
Oh, man.
Quiet.
I was thinking of those like Japanese vending type machines where it like makes an ice cream cone and then hands
Sure.
it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they are literally kind of like that, right? Like you still have to buy food to put into this thing. So like the tubes and stuff he's connecting are like basically preloading pneumatic, tubes and stuff that it can deliver set amounts with, and you'll have to like go through and clean them and stuff every now and then as part of regular ship maintenance. But
The food tubes.
the food tubes, the technical term. But anyway, so the screen comes up once again. That goes black. That holographic display appears above it. Shows the prompt. A second goes by. It ticks away, and now you see the Astro Burgers menu as laid out. Pretty complicated, actually. It's just a big set like imagine a big grid, right? Just like a solid grid, like a giant stream deck, right? On the screen about this big, but each of them is a floating hologram. And when you tap on one, it goes to a sub menu. So again, like a stream deck kind of, if you had them set up for folders. So if you want to do a particular type of sandwich for Master Burgers, you could go to the default setup for it and hit that automatically, or you can go in and be like, no, we're going to our quarter pounders, double, add lettuce, whatever it might be, and then execute. And then the auto chef will either pull in the preloaded things that you have set up, like in little pneumatic things to input whatever for the food, or it'll request like, okay, we got everything we need, but we need you to input some butter or whatever, and then you dump the butter into like a big funnel type thing, and it's like processing, a little thing counts down, and it's ready to go. So like that's how an auto chef typically works. What do? You just have the full menu before you, Roman, for the first time. You have enough food supplies to make quite a bit of food, I would think, too. So
Roman just stares down at it, and he looks over at Ryder, and then back at this thing.
I'll also say this. So for the sake of these 3 pounds of grease, exactly. So I will say this for the sake of brevity: you don't have to go through this whole process again for connecting the thing to the auto bar. We'll say as part of the process of this hack, you could have also decoded the auto bar chip enough to get it to work in an auto bar.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Ryder, and I just look in and I'll dial in. I assume it's not voice activated or anything. But
no, you have to type in exactly what you would want, just like an employee would.
What? I'm taking this thing out. Nope.
3 number 6s and 2 number 3s. Double patty, 2. So it's 3 double patty burgers, no pickle, extra ketchup, with some curly fries, and then 2 fish fillet, extra tartar sauce, no onion rings.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if you have like everything perfectly to do that, but it'll start requesting like different items or whatever. It'll input the ones that you have, and there might be a couple things where you have to ask Stayruya like, hey, it wants us to have these types of onions, and Stayruya's like, we bought the white ones, or whatever. We've only got the white ones. We had to deal with put those. It'll be the same thing or whatever. Well, it's not though. It's not 3D printing, and it's like this is literally like foodstuffs that she buys. It's usually frozen and stuff like that. It's not 3D printing food. This is literally food that it just handles. It's a robot that has like pneumatic tubes and stuff that move things in. Honey, I said red onions, not white. Yeah. So there might be a couple substitutions here and there you're making.
Our chef is complaining.
But, because it's like, it's not the exact same supply chain that Astro Burgers uses, but you have an analog for everything. So when you put it all in, it takes really just a few minutes to enter whatever extra things you need, and it begins to make your food, and the familiar smell of Astro Burgers fills the galley.
Oh, Ryder, it's working. It's actually working.
Holy shit.
Look at this.
I can't believe this.
We have fucking Astro Burgers. You guys seeing this? And I move the camera.
I'd rather be smelling it and tasting it, but yeah, looks good.
I'm bringing everyone the thing. As soon as this order's made, yes, we're bringing it up for everyone. And then
give it some more
I'm sure by
exciting
now
music.
the crew, or not the crew, the passengers probably can smell it too at this point. I'm sure.
Yeah, one guy sitting there with his notebook taking detailed notes.
Yeah. I'm not gonna tell them it's Astro Burgers, but I'm gonna be like, my family recipe. This is from my home
It
world.
started now with this generation.
Grandma's recipe. She was a real.
No, it's actually my
Brand new.
family's. It's actually my family's traditional meals.
That is true.
I am not lying. Yeah, I'm not lying.
Are you Roman Astro Burger?
Needs a
the only
human
thing we
corpse
had.
for these Astro Burgers. Yeah.
I
Why does he
imagine
keep
it's like-
requesting people?
oh God. That would be a fucking twist and a half. Holy shit.
Oh no!
They do fund a war.
A number 36.
Yeah,
it
sure.
won't enter it. No, I'm sure it's like requires protein from one of the following approved sources, and it just like scrolls.
Yeah.
Like,
Right, exactly.
Rapid scroll, just like from these planets.
Cisco
like,
protein pack.
I mean, that's literally one of the things about Astro Burgers is they use food
Right.
sources or sourced from the place that it's built. They don't import food because it's too expensive.
And they
So
still
it's
manage to make
so
it
it's
taste the
always
same.
about or as close as they can. There's always analogs and stuff, right? And that's why I'm saying like that's literally happening here. As you don't have the same supply chain as that Astro Burger, but you have a bunch of shit that you've brought with you from all over the place. Some of the stuff you bought 25 parsecs away, you know, but it's still foodstuffs that go into the auto chef, and within a few minutes, Roman, out come all of the burgers you order. You distribute them to passengers and other folks aboard the vessel. Everybody seems to enjoy it if they like Astro Burgers, because it's exactly like Astro Burgers. it's not better or worse or anything. It tastes exactly like you were. It's like you had a button that spit out McDonald's food, basically.
Damn, Doc, this is even better than Astro Burgers.
What did I tell you? I told you this was all worth it. Everything we did here, this whole risking our necks for all this,
Everything.
it was
The
all
orb
worth it
that
for
kills
this.
you when you touch it, the pirates, all of it.
And you want to know
It's
something
all been
else?
worth it.
And then I'm gonna pull out a shake.
all been
I'm like,
worth
I
it.
bet you never had one of
Oh, no.
these. It's an Astro Burgers official shake. No one's had one of these. These are rare. Hand one.
Yeah, that
And then,
thing never works.
Exactly.
It's always down. Yeah.
You know, when I got off a late shift, I would always stop, get a number 7. It's my
Oh, shit.
lucky combo, you know.
Well, I can get you that number 7 anytime you'd like now.
Damn.
And Stayruya, with a little help, I think we can manage to make a little profit off the remaining memory chips, recipe chips.
Maybe. I've never quite dealt with high profile,
Right.
stolen goods, but yeah, maybe.
It's true. Dixon, maybe you should
What's
help.
stolen? They were given to us.
We might need a little bit of your expertise to get these onto the market. But I genuinely think that we have something here that could help us for quite some time, at least. At least another month.
Yeah, we'll have to think about best way to offload those.
I mean, you could try and make a streetwise roll to know like roughly what something like that might be worth. But that's gonna change wildly between different places and all that stuff.
You ever seen anything like this go on the streets before?
Let me think on that.
I know they're quite
Oh yeah, I know a
salty.
guy. I know
Jesus,
a guy.
13 plus 5 effect.
Yeah, I got a guy. I'll give him right here on the line. He's from AS, I think.
Aces. No, you wouldn't. No. So I would say like you've seen. So this is basically not any different than other types of corporate espionage, right? This is valuable data, you know, working secrets, etc., that gets stolen. And you may have, with a roll like that, a +5 effect, you've probably even heard of people literally doing this exact thing.
Every other teenager's like, yeah, I'm gonna steal those
Like,
chips from.
You've literally heard of people who have stolen chips from Astro Burgers, and sometimes they're not legit ones, right? Because we've established that a lot of Astro Burgers are kind of like fake Astro Burgers, and some of them don't have the recipes. These are real. These are definitely 100% the actual things, and you've heard of that before because you had a +5 effect over the roll, so I'll give you that. They are valuable, but not only is Astro Burgers litigious, they hire bounty hunters and stuff for things like this. So like, if ever there's been word of stuff like that on Tarkeen where you used to work, those people were never people you ended up arresting. Sometimes you found their bodies a little while later. It's that kind of a thing. But because again, this is like dealing in like some super valuable to some people thing, right? So people will go to extremes, and corporations will go to extremes to protect their secrets and stuff. And we're not talking like secrets like, oh, we have a secret facility here. This is like, no, we make our money off of this. So they protect them viciously. So you've heard of chips like this. When a sale did go through, something of this level could be as valuable as maybe even 2 to 10 million credits. You've also heard of a lot of people losing their lives over something like that.
Look, Roman. I probably should have mentioned this sooner, but you know, every other scumbag, every other punk thinks they're gonna get a hold of these chips. I mean, you saw.
Oh, we got them.
You saw a number of kids. You know, you imagine a number of kids that go through one of those. You know, work at a place like that, maybe as a supplier or whatever, loading the slot buckets. The chips aren't that hard to get, but man, the AstroCorp, they don't take kindly to it. I remember one case, there was a rumor going around on Tarkeen, somebody got a hold of them chips. I don't know if they were, you know, real, fake, I don't know, but yeah, I had to do. I got called on cleanup for that one. Found them chopped up in an alley somewhere. So just rumors. Rumors also say they're good for a few million, you know, a few megabucks or more. Maybe as much as 10. But just be careful. Let's enjoy the fruits for now, and let's make sure we got a good clean deal before we start advertising.
Well, of course. That's why I'm going to rely on you and S3E9 for that.
Well, all right, we can make. We can try it. We can try it.
You said it yourself. A couple million creds. Is that per?
Yeah, I reckon so.
We've
2 to
got
10
a couple
million
million creds of merchandise if we can find a buyer for them. I believe with your expertise.
I'm
So
willing
4
to
to
do
20,
that.
basically.
Yeah,
That was
I was
not
talking to S3E9 a while back, and hell, I think the only way we're gonna survive is a big score like that kind of thing. So I'm here for it.
We just got to figure it out, I guess. But I'm
about-
not going to ask around. I'll leave that up to
Yeah.
you.
Okay, well, let's yeah, we'll see. I'll put some feelers out on Aces maybe and see what we get into.
Aces
We might
might
be
be
able
the
to look
place.
for
Sus.
alternative goods and cargo anyway, so maybe we'll make some connections, and if the connection feels right, you know, maybe we'll bring it up.
I trust your intuition.
Appreciate that. But we're all in it together, so yeah, we'll run it by the captain and make sure we're all on board.
Yep. Captain?
We're all sticking our necks out.
You guys are all there talking right now.
Y'all ran it by me.
Oh, hey, whoa, what the?
oh god! Here, lie down. I know part of your head is bandaged, your depth perception is all off.
You're like,
So, yeah, let's see if we can get through whatever. Let's just see what kind of shit we get into on Aces. But if we manage to land and feel out the local economy, so to speak, we'll see what kind of connections we can make.
I would definitely think that's a good plan. I also would appreciate some help finding some more grenades. I used a lot.
Yeah, stuff
And
you
I don't
use, that
really
should be
know
off
where to
the
look.
that should be off the shelf kind of stuff, I should think.
All right.
Yeah, that's stuns and batons, and yeah, that's all. I mean, they'd rather people using that stuff than the hard stuff.
Yeah, I figure.
Shouldn't be a problem.
All right, that sounds like a good plan then.
If they don't have if they don't have it at the store, we can always check a, police supply or somebody. We might be able to talk our way in.
Fair enough. Well, looks like we have some profit to be made if we can pull it off correctly.
And in the meantime, some burgers to be eaten.
Oh, we're eating like kings. I told you. All worth it.
on that note, I feel like, go ahead.
My good recovery is counting on regular shakes.
This will keep your health up.
Yeah.
Made my people strong and hardy.
Yes, especially after we restock at Aces.
Oh,
I
we'll
mean,
leave
my
that
vitals
to
did drop
all
15%
burger
when I
ingredients.
eat that burger, but I'm sure that's coincidence.
6 weeks later, they're just like everybody's just like, oh,
Yeah.
I can't eat another burger. I can't do this
all
anymore.
those fat Thors.
Yeah. Walking around with double cheeseburgers. Delicious.
Why is our cargo weight keep shrinking? Like our allowance for cargo weight keeps going down. What the hell is it?
If the ship's like super sensitive, I could definitely see that. Like on a little thing, or like in
Like the whole
2300 or
crew
something.
gaining that much weight.
Right. Especially on a big ship, right? It'd be like thousands of people maybe. But
Hundreds of thousands
because
of
movement and stuff makes a difference even on something like that. But on that note, you tuck into your newly made burgers. People seem to be enjoying them. The definitely the
5-star reviews.
definitely Solomon. When he gets his hands on one, is like just like eats it in like seconds, right? Because he also liked Astroburgers, if you remember. He wasn't the huge like fan guy like the other guy was, who thought like Boomhauer, if you remember that.
Yeah.
but dang on Astroburgers, man. But Solomon, of course, a fan as well. Tucks into the first one, kind of eats it like quickly, and then like immediately eats the second one, and sits back and just like, I'm gonna have to take it slow on the rest of these, I think. But yeah, they seem to enjoy it, as well as the passengers are kind of their spirits brought up because holy shit, you know, on this death cruise we finally have McDonald's instead of the same TV dinner over and over and over for 6 months. So, you know, hey, I lost my home and everything that I dearly loved, but at least I can get a fucking burger now. And so with that, our camera will fade back outside the hold of the ship for a brief moment as we head off into jump space, and we pick up at the arrival in Aces. But before we do, we're going to go on a quick break, so we'll be right back. We'll see you on Aces. Be right back, guys. Alright, we're back. We ate food to fill our bellies. Some of us ate food. Some of us ordered food. And some of us just sat there and stared. I think actually everybody ate food except for one, so just in
Help
case
me get into
everybody out there.
character.
Yeah.
Who's the starer?
It's really important conversation we're having here right now. So with that, we had just left the scene of Roman and Ryder working up top, essentially the whole ship. Sayruya mostly just watching and kind of like cheering along, but from the med bay, Dixon providing a few pointers and telling them like where to, scratch and stuff like that, and like what chips to remove, and and providing information on the actual I guess like I was gonna say the selling of those types of that type of data, like, but it's not really data brokering. It was more like, yeah, here's how fences work with this kind of thing, like stories I've heard. But all of that having played out, you guys feasted on burgers from an official Astro Burgers auto chef, fully equipped and stocked, with analogs for everything in your galley. Everybody's bellies are full, and the rest of the week inside of Jump Space continues. If there's any other scenes that you guys want to have before we exit Jump Space at Aces, just let me know right now. But otherwise, the ripples of Jump Space begin to kind of dissipate. It's almost as though they fade in color more than intensity at first, and then eventually little points of light begin to appear, and over the radio,
alright, Captain, looks like we'll be coming out of Jump Space here in about 30 minutes or so. Just beginning the procedure now. Everything seems to be going just fine. If there's anything you want me to do once we get in Aces, you just let me know.
as Solomon kicks in over the intercom.
Yep. Just gonna get her landed. Get everybody off.
Alright, well, I'll go ahead and set us a course to Ace as soon as we come out. You want us to head straight there, to the planet, to the high port? You want to head on over and try and do a refueling, or what first? We figuring on buying fuel there, or we going to the gas giant? It's up to y'all. I mean, we can do it later, it don't matter.
Yeah, let's wait. Let's head on in first, and we'll do the gas giant after.
We heading to the high port or low port?
I think so, the couple said they wanted to go on the low port.
I mean, if you're dropping people off, you gotta drop them off on the planet, basically, but Solomon is, like, not gonna do something you don't tell him to do, so.
Yeah, we're gonna head on into the low port.
We could drop them in high port and give them bus fare.
Alright, I'm setting course.
It is, I mean, it is Warzone after all.
So, on that note, the ripples of jump space dissipate, and the points of light appear and become stars. The brightest of which is the somewhat distant, but not entirely distant as you're entering the system, about the just interior of the Oort cloud. The star specifically for this world, which I don't know the name of because they don't tell me the name of the stars, they tell me the names of the main planets in Traveller, which is interesting. But I suppose in that case it would just be the star Aces itself, just a regular star like any other, yellow sun. You set course towards its second planet, which is Aces. The trip will take, I gotta roll. Oh my god, that's the wrong. There we go. Okay, so that's
Should be getting there in just under 80 hours.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. You don't mind bringing me one of them double-doubles up here anytime. Just don't want to leave a stick, but, you know, just develop a bit of a taste for them.
You want a milkshake too? Yeah, you want
Yeah, all right. If you give me one that, maybe you just get me a cup of coffee and go with that, because I don't know if I ever drink a milkshake, I might be falling asleep. You know what I'm saying? All right, I'm going to turn off the intercom.
I got you. All right, yeah, I'm gonna
Then
get
you'll
him
be executed.
a burger
Summarily.
and a
For banning
shake
your
and a
post.
coffee. Take it up to him.
Okay. So you grab a double, shake and a coffee and bring it up to Solomon.
Just a war zone. You don't need to be at your wits. Keep your wits sharp.
And about that time, as I was saying, about that time you've exited the jump space and you bring it up to him. He's set course. You're in cockpit with him now, so you would not be. So the beeping and stuff all around you of the cockpit, the lights, indicating that you are all. By the way, I guess I should enter M drive instead of J drive, right? There we go. Now we're on your M drive. He looks up at you and you bring. Oh, thanks, Cam. It's getting might be peckish or addicted. I can't quite figure out which one it is, but either way. And he starts tucking into the food. I mean, sometimes I reckon I've been truly hungry before in my past, but this ain't exactly it. But I have developed a taste for these things, I will say.
Look him straight in the eye. Never again.
Never again.
Never again will you be hungry.
So yeah, Cam, we ought to be getting there in about 80 hours. If you want me to pull up what we got here, let me see here. And he just starts digging around with the holographic display, pulling up sensor readings and showing you the course that he set, especially what the system looks like. Right now, here's the star, here's the gas giants, and here's the outer planets and where the work cloud is, and plot a course through here. We should be good though. I don't really see any contact on here other than standard traffic. There's a mess load of these though, and I figured you'd want to take a look. And pulls up the screen. They're all like pinging, like basically friendly, and they're not doing anything, but you recognize a lot of Aslan vessels, a lot of glorious Empire Aslan vessels here. Yeah, Captain, I know that they hired themselves a bunch of mercenaries to win this war, but if they're winning, why are they sticking around so much? There's a lot of them here, and it just makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Now, they don't seem to be attacking anybody, so I figure we're safe, but considering the last few weeks, it just puts a bit of a hair up my ass. It's all right. Well, and he tucks into his food and milkshake.
That's actually a side effect.
Maybe that's these doubles. Yeah.
You start getting hair weird places. Don't worry about it.
Oh God. What's the universe got for me now?
Doctor, take care of that. Now reach in my pocket and pull out a bunch of onion rings and start
Just taking care of himself. We're just evolving into our pure selves. Our true form.
That's what good nutrition can do for you.
Can I roll like tactics to see if they're getting into any kind of like maneuver, that I would know, like they want to turn or on them or anything?
Like to chase you or anything like that? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
What you're getting at? Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you want to roll naval tactics, you could, to try and see, like, if you're, I mean, you're literally looking at the position.
They're all sticking around.
You can see the naval, I mean, you can see the positions of these ships. You can see the Navy here. So, yeah, if you want to roll Navy tactics, you could try and determine so. +1 effect. So, yeah, Solomon's peering down at it. saying that, yeah, I'm not so sure why they're sticking around if they're winning, and if they're winning, why are they here? There's no fighting happening. And you're looking down at this, and you're like, yeah, that's a kind of a good question, weird mercenaries to just like stick around or whatever. There's a ton though, it's a ton. And it reminds you of some stuff you've seen in the past. Blockade forces. It's almost as though the Aslan see the system as their own, and they're just setting themselves up to hold it or to take it or whatever it might be. It's not a strictly defensive posture, and given the amount of the ships here and the absolute lack of any conflict that you could see happening anywhere in the entire system, it just doesn't make sense that they wouldn't otherwise just be like putting a stake down, basically. Tactically speaking.
Yeah,
like, serves them right.
About to be some more conflict, maybe.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you seem to be in some kind of, position to get ready for something. Not quite sure what it could be.
You think these folks here,
like
these Aslan, are looking to turn on Asus?
Possible. Kind of, they're kind of spread out. You know what I mean? They kind of got their legs all spread out, like.
Well, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, all they're looking for is something to conquer, and they might have found it. I was gonna say I'm not sure how they're gonna get rid of them after you bring them in the first place, but if they didn't have the armies to win this war and they bring in one that does, I don't know how they're gonna fight them off either.
Exactly. It's all about trust.
He'll kind of like turn the chair towards you.
Like you trust a mercenary.
Figures if you're right about what you say, I don't know if this is gonna blow off in a peaceful way or not. I can't imagine it does, but with these types of forces here, and what I'm seeing, reading here of the rest of them, I don't imagine any conflict that happened in this system between them two would be very long, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. That's the truth.
Damn, I love these milkshakes. And he turns back around, manning sensors and looking, make sure nothing's coming up on you. Looks like we got a safe course on the planet, though. If nothing else, all these glorious Empire vessels floating around out here, keeping things still. Doesn't look like any of the pirates or anything that we might have feared running into or running around. I am getting a couple weird things on comms, though, if you want to poke in here. And he kind of like moves it over to your console so you can listen to it if you want. And he just flips through a bunch of different things. And basically you're getting like people who are radioing into like the high port and like demanding that they talk to somebody, like, because things are happening, like the Aslan are like boarding ships now and stuff like that. Not like taking them over, but they're like boarding them, like inspecting them and like, sometimes taking stuff off of it, like they own the place, right? You're getting a lot of stuff like that coming in over the radio. Lots of complaints and things to central authority, and even some news reports where they're directly like referring to kind of a problem with it. There's the occasional clip basically on the news of like a group of Aslan like kind of bullying an individual human or whatever, and sort of a threat kind of line above everybody like a doom, right? Everybody's kind of worried about what's going to happen, what are we doing, and the news is playing into that, of course, in their cycle here. But also you're literally seeing it take place before your eyes too. Here you're getting, like I said, radio chatter of people being boarded and stuff. You don't see anybody getting killed or like there's no fighting or anything like that. But after he flips through all that, it takes about 10 minutes of like him eating the food and drinking and stuff and showing you things and you listening to stuff and like, you're listening to him together, right? Like he's like, oh shit, yeah, and flips to another one and stuff like that. And he kind of like lowers the volume down. You can still hear it in the background, and he just finishes the milkshake. And you hear like the kind of the slurping sound or whatever, and sits it down. Okay, I guess we're safe here for now, but it's probably not somewhere I want to stick around for too long. If one of them groups boards us, who's to say they don't want to, take our new auto chef? And he holds up the milkshake, or anything else they want, if you know what I mean.
We will die before that happens.
Oh, let's just get in there and get out of there, I guess.
Trust this, Captain.
I reckon the cat's out of the
You can
bag, as they say.
Yeah, alright. Let's head on in. I think we'll be fine.
All right, well, I'll be there in a couple of days now.
Alright.
Let me know when it's my turn to get off stick. He just goes back to
We
manning it.
don't pay you to sleep. And then I walk out.
You literally do, but yeah.
You were just eating. You were just on break. That didn't count.
I brought
so
you a
yeah,
burger. What do you think that was?
This is your rest time.
Yeah, that was your break, son.
So yeah, he continues to fly the ship until he's relieved or whatever, and you are now heading towards Aces. You'll be there
What time
in.
is it?
I'll
Is it
post it.
time to relieve him?
I'll post it. I haven't done the calendar updates for the link yet. One sec.
I imagine we would have timed it so that he was on the ship as we came out, so that if there wasn't any kind of hostile activity.
Three. There you go. Today, 11:05, 129 at 3:50
Today,
p.m.
God.
It's pretty close.
You didn't know it was today?
Today. Shit. Feel dumb now.
3:50 p.m. is the thing you were looking for in that.
Yeah. So if I remember correctly, generally we did like him and then Dixon and then him and then me.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this might be his second him right now.
That makes sense. So you would
Or
come
the
in
end
and
of
like.
Dixon. I'm not sure. It's 6 hours
Right.
of time.
Well, Dixon's injured, so Dixon's not going to relieve him. Dixon was healing during the week, so.
So it's either me or him.
For him, yeah. Other people can come in and like man the stick for a while because it's not difficult piloting. Like you can have State Rulia come in there and do some stuff to help when people are injured, all that. But State Rulia is also injured, so it would have to be Roman.
I'll do it.
6 to 12 to 6. It'd probably be like my time.
Okay, so maybe you're relieving him now. Maybe that's what this is. He's eating a meal with you, and you're relieving him now.
Be very close to relieving. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
in that case, then instead of saying what you just said, he would obviously be like, "Well, thanks for the burger and shake, Cap. I'm staying here with you for a little while and watch the real stars if you don't mind. It's been a week since I've seen them, but then I'll head on up and get some rack time."
With under society's treatment, we only needed like 2 days treatment, which we would.
Oh, so by the end of the week, you aren't hurt anymore, so you would
Yeah, we
be
would've
able to
been
do it
fully-
instead of Roman by the
Yeah,
time
we-
you get
Oh,
here.
okay.
By the time you get here,
Oh, that's
yeah.
right. I'm awesome.
During jump, you would have had to do that.
Exactly.
I
Right.
forgot. I'm the
But, yeah.
shit.
I'm
during-
like the best
Right. So during jump, Roman was manning stick in jump space, to make sure nothing went wrong. But yeah, so that makes sense. Sorry.
You
Anyway,
also probably have noticed during this week that Roman hasn't been sleeping all that much either.
that's interesting.
Hmm.
Okay. So is there anything that you guys want to do for the next 2 days on your way there? You're relieving him now. He kind of like passes controls over to you, Ryder, and leans back and switches chairs with you to the main one. And yeah, Stands up, sits there, kind of relaxed for a while, just watching the stars, talking with you. A little bit of time goes by, and eventually he heads off to his quarters to sleep.
Have a good night.
I don't even know if I can easily move him there.
Hey there, Doc. Yeah, my wounds look like they're all healed up.
Yeah, you look pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I think I'm back to 100.
Eh.
Well, congratulations again on this new astro venture you got. It's worked out pretty well, if I'd say.
Pretty nice for all of us, yes.
From idea to execution. Complain about that.
It really worked out.
Yeah, the
I owe a lot
universe
of that
provided.
to all of us. We all did our part, actually. Which
Yeah,
was pretty
absolutely.
interesting.
But it's pretty interesting that she was talking about it, and there it was.
Now we have it.
That was something, man.
It's ours now, and we have something to make a profit.
Yeah, hopefully.
You know.
So what's next for you then?
Well, it's funny you mention everything. These Esro burgers, having it on board, and being with all of you, having all of you to travel with, it's starting to feel like a real home to me, actually. Especially from where I came from. You know, this was central to a lot, and here it is again, playing a big part of that in the dynamic I have with you all. And I don't know, I'm feeling pretty good about things. For like the first time in a really long time.
Well, hey, all right, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while on the road now.
It is, actually. We've been together for quite some time.
Kind of felt like camping at first, you know, a little bit of making do, but we settled
It did
in
feel a
pretty
little
good.
strange. We are a ragtag team, I guess, brought together from different whatever reasons, but we made it work.
Yeah. Captain hadn't done half bad by me.
You know, we put our faith in the right individual, I think. It's interesting.
Yeah.
It really played out.
I'm wondering where things go next.
You're there Tuesday.
It's anybody's guess. It's anybody's guess.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be another wild goose chase on Tick Tick, or if this lady might have some actual answers for us.
If anything, we can unload this last bit of trouble we have that's been taking a long
Yeah,
since the beginning.
I'd be fine just dumping it right out of the back and keep on rolling.
We don't need money from that if we have these other things to sell, so...
Yeah, you remember when it seems like ages we found that thing up on that cliff.
I always forget we have it. Not to mention it's invisible.
It forgets it's here too, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's coming or going half the time.
Yeah. Very strange. Well,
But
I'll
we
be
got
glad
that.
to be
We
rid
got
of it.
we got the interface or whatever. So
That's right. If anyone can make heads or tails of it, hopefully it's her.
yeah, it's got to mean something to somebody.
She'll have the means at least, so...
Yeah, and then it's on spin word now. Where's the core word? And it's on core word from there, I guess. Get us back into the loop on things, the mail routes, and I don't know. Maybe part of me wants to head back to the old neighborhood. Just to see a familiar sight or two.
It wouldn't be a bad idea to just work our way back up, doing job after job, and kind of do what we initially set out to do with all
Exactly.
these
Exactly.
before the bullshit.
Before the bullshit express, we got one-way ticket on. Yeah, I hear you. Well, it's glad to hear you say that. Maybe maybe things will go that way. Well,
see,
thanks for the fresh bandages, in.
Hey, of course. You'll see during the changing of your bandages, though, there is like a slight tremor in Roman's hands when he does, especially when he's doing something with intent.
You all right there, Doc?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes. Didn't think the side effects would be so noticeable, but
What's going on with you?
yeah,
Milkshakes.
I wish. Actually, I'm glad that's not a problem so far. We've had so many. But I told you I feel really good. I've been feeling really good about things, and I figure let old habits die with old problems and try and start something new, I guess.
How do you mean?
Well, I haven't been drinking for the past couple weeks now, I guess. Been a little bit.
Huh, I don't know if I noticed that. I figured you was fixing up them milkshakes.
Old Roman would have, I guess. Despite the taste.
Is that what the shake's all about?
Yes,
Hey, you know,
they're supposed to go away eventually, but
You're the doctor, but I don't think you're supposed to cold turkey that stuff necessarily.
sometimes you gotta do what you feel is necessary, I guess.
Sure, yeah. Sometimes that's the worst way, but the only way, you know?
Been fucking with my energy, though, I'll tell you. I just feel so amped up all the time. Nervous
Yeah, I
wreck.
hear ya.
This
Yeah.
conspiracy shit I've been looking into has not been helping my psyche at all either, I'll tell you that much.
Well, maybe
But
take it easy on that.
I gotta let people know this is happening. If I do
Sure,
anything
sure.
good, it's going to
Sure.
be that.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, let me know if I can help with that, I guess.
You'll be the first one I go to, trust me.
You find something really, really good. I'll be happy to take a look.
Your skeptical eye is something I really find useful in these matters, so I appreciate that. Friend.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, good luck. If you need a partner to take your mind off not drinking or anything, yeah, just reach out.
I will. I appreciate that, Dixon. I really do. I hope I can express that to you. The more
You
we
humans.
spend time together.
You humans are so weird.
Some might say the same about your kind, Steruya.
How's that, Ruya? What's wrong with a couple men just talking past each other? That's tradition. That's how things are done.
This is family talk. We're family now.
You need the room, I can leave.
Oh, no.
Oh, now you are worried about privacy. Is this something that...
It's something you value?
Oh, I see. It's for us. That makes more sense.
What do you think of the new burger machine there, Steruya? To your liking?
It has meat.
It does indeed. Have you tried the
Sure.
triple bacon?
Triple bacon,
Lot of
hold the
meat.
bun.
I've mostly been sticking to the number 11. It's the Aslan course. So,
It is... You know, I've had it. It's not bad.
it is, palatable.
It's good to know that an actual Aslan likes it too.
It's a burger where the
thought-
bread is also meat.
I thought it might have been. I said Aslan special. I thought it might have been made out of Aslan. I wasn't sure. I just didn't want to order it for. I didn't know what it was.
I'm not sure what it is, especially considering our ingredients.
You know, we have one and I'm still not sure what it is. Pechly. They'll hold up a half
Hopefully,
burger.
this garden world will have some choice meat. But who
Okay.
knows?
I don't know if that machine takes choice meat, but we'll figure something out.
I mean, it's an auto
It's
ship. I'll
ours
take
now.
whatever you
Grade-
give it.
Grade C meat slurry.
The better the ingredients you put in, the better the output you'll get, basically. But, you know. If you went
We'll be
super
able to manage.
fancy burgers. You'll be able to get them, but Roman might be like, this doesn't taste quite right.
Yeah, it's not bad enough. This is too good. Something's off.
All right, well, I'm gonna catch some.
This planet.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch some rack time. I'll catch you little doggies later.
Appreciate the talk, Dixon.
Right on.
So you get up out of the med bed now. You're
Yeah,
and head off to
yeah. Remember, we're healed. I just figured it might have some
Yeah.
residual
Bedside.
flavor bandages.
Sure. All right.
Oh yeah.
I was probably just laying down, reading a pad.
Okay.
Oh, we're in the system, so yeah, you're getting like all kinds of new information.
Yeah. Now you're getting like all the trade info and stuff. Working on the actual
So
trade stuff for when you arrive.
I'll be downloading
etc.
in the background all the fucking TV reports from
Yeah.
like
News and
popular
TV shows and stuff.
politicians. I'm looking at like figureheads mainly. You know, I'm looking for like leaders in positions of like extreme authority or like influence, positions of power. You know, and I'm just gonna like, I'm checking everybody, man.
Okay.
Starting with the top.
Also a reminder that Dixon and myself, but it has to be used for you or friendly NPCs or whatever, both have boons of fate. So
Nice.
I just want to put that out there as a reminder because who knows how many sessions we have left. So if you want to spend those at some point. All right, so you guys head off to the other parts of the ship. The rest of the 2 days pass, and I'm gonna make one roll. Did not work. There it goes. All right. Yep. The next 2 days of travel are uneventful. A little bit later, let me fix the calendar. So it's the exact amount of hours. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, so let's round it out. All right, so that would be 4-day, 11:05, 1:31 at 7:30 p.m. Will be about the time you'll have to start hailing down to the planet. You're getting pretty close now. The planet is beautiful from here. It's that kind of blue gem look that you get from a world like Earth today when you see it from orbit, except this has this even visible from outside of the world, this very slight almost, and it's kind of strange, almost aurora borealis like solar wind that's hitting it, but the atmosphere is so thick and the magnetosphere is so strong here on this world that it just acts as simple, like as the atmosphere is not being lost, basically, right? You're just seeing a simple excitation of some of the gases in the upper layers of the atmosphere here, even from this distance. It gives it this sort of ethereal, almost magical look to the world as these little shimmers happen across it slightly in just spots. It's small from where you can see. From the ground looking up, it would probably look huge, like huge sections of your sky. But it gives it this like sparkling gem appearance. It's blue-ish, leaning towards green, as most of the world has ocean on it, but almost a distribution of clear land. There's mountains and stuff, but it's such a lush environment. Actually, it's about, what is the hydrosphere? Yeah, so you're looking at roughly 70% land, with the rest all beautiful cerulean ocean with calm weather across the entire surface of the planet. Light rainstorms in a few places that you can see sensors from here, but in most of the planet, it's almost like Ryza or something like that, right? If you want to think of it like that from Star Trek, it's a absolutely beautiful paradise that has just kilometers and kilometers of open farmland, not like stacked, crazy, weird, hyper futuristic industrial farmland. I mean, like stretching out natural land set up with big hedgerows to separate them for kilometers and kilometers, and basically everywhere, big enough to where the patchwork display of it is visible from the low orbit that you're in. So you're heading to the low port. So Solomon had set that course. So who's piloting right now? Would it be Solomon or would it be Ryder?
It would be me.
Okay.
Probably until like 10 because I would go to sleep around 11, like 11:05 is usually
Gotcha.
when Ryder would sleep.
All right. So then on a approach to ASIS, you would show up as a contact from your FFID, so they would just hail you as you are on approach from low Earth orbit. 1 second.
Attention, this is ASIS Flight Control to Vagabond. We see you are on approach. Do you intend to land at our low port facility here?
Yes, we do.
Will you be looking to acquire fuel or any other services?
Not fuel, but some other goods maybe.
Okay, I can enter you in for docking at Hangar 13. We'll be ready for you in about an hour and a half.
All right, no problem.
All right, we'll see you then. Thank you so much for coming to ASIS.
It cuts out.
Sweet. All right.
Flight path updates very,
lucky-
very slightly.
Lucky Hangar
Let me
13.
tell you about the story of Hangar 13.
Hangar 13.
Yeah.
It was a cold night just like this one. That's all I got. Everyone died.
she cuts off the communication after speaking with you, and your flight path. You basically get an update. It's very slightly, changing the Bezier curve of your path to match the hangar as opposed to just the port, like the middle of the starport, right? And yeah, it'll take you about an hour and a half to get down through the atmosphere and for them to have the hangar ready for you, basically, which is not uncommon. It takes a little bit of time to get down through the atmosphere and all that anyway. So you do a little bit of getting in position, and on approach, you need to make a pilot roll.
Yeah. Is that Dex?
We go.
Dexterity, yeah. It's a pretty simple one. They've given you a pretty simple flight path
I was gonna say
already,
that.
so yeah, you nail it. +4 effect. So yeah, you pilot the ship in, spin it around as the hangar doors open on the ground level, so they are like facing up towards the sky like this. So the hangar isn't, you don't fly it in straight. You're flying it
I like
down.
drifted and real cool.
So you get into a position and then lower it down VTOL style into it as the hangar doors close above your head. The light changing slightly in the environment. You can see now that the beautiful greens and blues of the sky disappear beneath the cold steel above your head, and the very slight amber illumination within the hangar as a few lights spinning in a light klaxon sounds outside that you can't hear because you're inside the ship. As the ship touches down, a slight release of steam is ejected, and the lights turn off, or the blinking lights turn off, and people, start milling back into the hangar where they were working before. There's a few here that you can see off to the side that are near basically what would be the elevator to go to the up to the main level, because you're kind of parked down in the ground, and they just seem to be working literally on the elevator. They look back over at your ship, as it's landing in, and like when it's done landing and stuff, they kind of go back to their work. When you kind of lay in and see them out the window, they would, if there's possible to make eye contact, they would have waved or whatever. But other than that, it's just like the dudes that would like wave you into the airport kind of thing.
They'd have been like, "Damn, that was a cool landing."
So, welcome to ASUS.
All right.
God damn, did y'all see all that farmland?
Yeah, holy shit.
I ain't seen nothing like it.
Food here must be amazing.
You could feed, I don't know who you could feed with that. Us, hopefully.
I feel like we've been doing pretty good.
Well, it's about time to
We could use
update
some
our
vegetables.
stocks, but we gotta keep that machine running. It don't run on nothing.
So, I don't really know. Do you plan on trying to find someone to buy those things here?
I don't know if we're sticking around that long. What do you guys think?
I feel like
Be here a week, I think.
Will we? What do we have to do? We gotta drop these people off and mail a letter, but we could turn right back around, right? Depending on what you find, Staria. Were you able to
Stavria's
find
in
any deals?
engineering right now, but she can come there.
Who are you talking to, Dixon?
Well, I'm sort of speaking retroactively. We had talked
I started
about
examining his head wound.
Sure.
talked
Eating
about
too many
Staria.
burgers.
Talked about doing admin from the system.
Oh yeah. We
Yeah,
did.
that's a Dixon thing.
I thought you took it.
No, I don't have it.
All right. Well, why don't we find a?
I think I have admin.
Let's get Staria. Hit the intercom. Hey, Staria, you want to come out and check on any deals? Is that the plan? Should I just radio back when I find something?
I speak to the captain about it, but maybe we stay and sell some stuff.
Oh, we do have good stuff to sell here.
Well, no. Not cargo, but
Good talk.
Those things. I think Stereo is trying to be discreet.
Yeah, sure. I mean, let's
Not Dixon's specialty.
I have the spear from the Taurus Rex. The Kree spear. We could sell that. Among
interesting.
other
We could probably find some wealthy fuck to buy that thing.
corporate parties might be interested in other things we have. But as for actual ship cargo, no, not so much.
All right, well, let's plan to take a week then and mingle with the locals. We can use a little R&R anyway. I mean, it's not like there's a war on or anything.
It's a good place
Seems
to
pretty
vacation.
calm for
As
now.
long as there's no war, then I'm good.
As long as we're okay.
Don't worry.
I mean, I'm sure we're gonna find one of these nobles who realizes they're about to get fucked and is gonna need a spear to defend themselves.
I could use the time to fix the ship, but
That's a
yes.
good plan,
Their
too.
Station. Yeah, okay. Let's see about that.
Another good reason. Yeah.
All right, well, Big
Let's
Dicks
do that.
then is gonna start up mingling.
All right, so your plan is to just exit the ship here, and what exactly are you looking for? Where are you going? It's a big city. I mean, like, so basically the hangar that you're parked in this low port is in the middle of one of these pretty large cities. These cities aren't tall. They don't build high. They build wide here. There's a lot of land, right? As I said, it's like more land than water, unlike our world, right? Unlike Earth. And a lot of it's being used for farmland. It's also just very slightly bigger than Earth. The gravity is very, very slightly higher than Earth, but not enough to where it affects you negatively. You might notice like a little bit of achiness in your joints for the first night you're here, kind of, after, because like you're like working out more than you normally would by a little bit.
Yeah, gravity feels real heavy all of a sudden.
But other than that,
heavier not predicted based on the numbers. Must have a high iron content or something. And my back suit shrank a little bit too, I reckon.
Yeah, all them burgers.
Weird.
I feel
I don't know
extra
what's going on.
heavy. Yeah.
Physics is all fucked up right here.
A little tired lately.
Yeah, man.
Slurping on a milkshake.
I was late on my nap.
What could be the problem?
Yeah, so yeah, Dixon is going to do his thing. You know, I'm assuming he knows where to seek out the kind of people that are gonna do some unsavory business. I don't know if he's going to the biggest nightclubs or casinos or whatever where people like that hang out. Maybe a big saloon or something.
Okay.
And just kind of like trying to make contact with somebody that might want to exchange some goods.
All right. So I'm going to need you to probably, in this case, I mean, it's going to take you some time kind of to put your feelers out and go to some of these locations. So we won't roleplay like all of that or anything, right? But if there's any moment that specifically we need to, we can zoom in on and roleplay. But in general, the way this is handled in Traveller is it's like sort of like a downtime activity, and so you make a roll. So I'm gonna need an inch streetwise roll, I think is what it is. Jesus.
Okay.
Oh wait. It was on the wrong difficulty. It's on the wrong difficulty.
15's 15, bruv.
It's still 15.
It's still 15.
Okay, how you slice it.
So that's a plus what effect?
Only a plus 7.
7 effect. Okay. Jeez. All right.
Why'd you even roll?
So yeah, somewhere in the week you'll get it. You'll get a hit for something. Is there anything else you guys want to do before we get to that? Because it's going to take a couple days for you to kind of get to the position that this will happen. But that represents what you're doing in that downtime. So does anybody else, not Dixon?
I'll go shopping.
Okay.
Fixing the ship.
Okay. So shopping on Roman. What about Ryder? You doing anything?
Yeah, I'll go out shopping.
Okay. So we can handle those as downtime too, like the same way we're handling Dixon's thing during this time period. So just feel free to essentially ask for the item, and like if it would be available, and we can go into that. And that's just gonna be me being like, oh no, the law level here's 6, so like you're not gonna find a bazooka here without going through Dixon doing like the streetwise stuff, right?
Super simple.
But if you were buying like rations, I don't know, I'm just threw that out. But if you were buying something like you could just buy, it wouldn't be a thing. You can just spend the money.
All right. So super
Sort of
simple. I think I just want let me get 4 ear comms. Because our dumbasses haven't had but one.
Oh, hold on.
And then, other than that, I'm just gonna be looking for grenades.
Inventory. So go to the party inventory. And then tell me the exact item in the items list that you're referring to. And I'll drag it into there and we can look at values and stuff.
I think they're called comm dots, and they're like 10 credits.
Yeah, they're cheap.
Okay.
because I have one.
Yeah, someone had one. I was
Yeah, I know
looking
they're
at
not expensive.
I have one.
Yeah, com.tl10. Ryder Young and Strayer, you both have one. So let me just get 2 then. One for me and one for Dixon.
I've been using somebody's mobile comm. I don't know. If
I gave you my
stole
radio like
that
a
from
long time
somebody.
ago.
Yeah.
So I guess
Yeah.
I just need one. I guess I'll just get one.
So that's a
Let me get one
handheld
com
thing, though. If you want the earpiece, it would be.
Yeah, let me get 2 com dots.
Yeah,
Let me get
dot
one
for $10,
yeah.
sure.
So we're exactly.
All right, so there's 2 of those, so that's 10. It's 20 credits. Anything
Okay.
else?
Yeah, and then just grenades. Like
Which
like
ones?
those
'Cause
laser.
only some of those are going to be allowed.
I want those laser shielding ones. The fuck, what were those called? I have them hanging on
Thermal
these.
something.
Yeah, they were aerosol grenade. No, that's not right. Is that right?
It's one of yeah. That's
Yeah.
the minus 10 damage.
That's the anti-laser one.
Yeah, I want
and
aerosol grenades.
It is within the TL.
And I want some. What did I use?
There was
Okay,
another
so
grenade that,
based
like,
off of the law
smoked
level
you.
of the world, you can't just like run around and buy all of these. But what you can do is because Dixon's role, I'll let you know you can do that, but I'm gonna set that up first. So for the grenades, let's pause on that for just a moment.
Okay.
So anything that's like not a weapon that you want to buy. No, this is like going to the mall.
That's it then. Just those com dots.
Okay. Anybody else? Ryder, you were shopping. Did you want to buy anything? I mean, anything you could get in like the mall kind of thing. Comms, software,
A katana.
robots. Yeah, something like that. It's anything shotgun. You can carry like shotguns and stuff, so you can buy stuff like that.
I don't want a good one. I want like a maul blade.
Non-lethal katana.
Yeah, you could buy a blade.
I want a shitty katana to put
You
in
could,
my.
you could
crew
put
quarters.
shitty in parentheses on it.
Oh, you know what? I will go and I'm gonna go find some decorations for my stateroom.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go find some fancy looking star charts from
Star
my
Charts.
star charts
Yeah,
for my
I saw
homeworld.
Jordan wanting to do it. Yeah.
For my
All right.
homeworld and just like pictures, kind of like Hubble Space Telescope style pictures, like
Sure.
scientific
Space
study
stuff.
picture images.
Yeah, okay.
but of like space anomalies and like events and things like that.
Okay.
Way cooler and closer than anything we can get today.
Well, let me ask you
obviously.
this: how many credits do you want to spend on it? Because like how nice the stuff is and how cool
I'm
of
gonna use
a
bed sheets too.
place you're setting up basically is going to be determined by how many credits you're looking to spend. So if you wanted to do like the basic, like I'm making a pretty nice, I would say somewhere in the since you're getting several different things, somewhere in the vicinity of 50 credits would be like the lowest kind of. So anywhere from 50 to like 500 credits, depending on how much you want to really drop on something like that.
Yeah, I'll spend like I spend like 800-ish credits.
Okay, so you're going you're getting like a really nice setup then.
Yeah.
All right, a few extra things, some like extra maybe some
Like
extra software.
some
or something
nicer,
too.
nicer clothes for myself.
Oh, okay, yeah, totally.
And then like all nice like fabric stuff, like new bed sheets and all that shit.
Okay.
And like bathroom shit. I'm just making my stateroom like super customized with like
You're like
some pretty
nesting,
expensive, but,
basically.
like, yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Exactly. Getting a new bath towel.
sure. Right. I mean, it's like it's your house, right? The galley is your kitchen, so like if you wanted to have something nice in your galley, you have to buy it and put it in there, like you did with you didn't buy the auto chef.
Also-
You know what I mean?
If I find any like
Bought it with our labor.
if I find anything like minnows or tadpoles, can I buy them?
Minnows or tadpoles. I
Yeah,
don't think
that.
something like that would be hard to buy on the garden world. It's teeming with
Cool.
life. It's just to go to a pet shop and you can buy like
Nice.
all the fucking fish you want.
I want to find some blacklight UV reactant minnows to keep in a little fish tank.
Okay, I don't think that's difficult to have at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a you're here for a week doing shopping and stuff, so it's probably a couple days worth of shopping, coming back and forth to the ship, putting some stuff in, decorating the quarters, and being like, maybe I'll go get that other thing that I saw, and eventually by the end of this period, you've got the fucking fish tank, and your quarters are like, they could look completely different.
I'm also gonna restock all the medical supplies that we've used and make sure we have stuff that.
Okay, so I would say that's like 1,000 credits worth of stuff for the medical supplies alone. So you're looking at 1,800 total.
Cool. Okay.
Just like the basic bandages and stuff you've used.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. Ryder, were you gonna do any shopping along with in that time period? If Dixon, you want to do a little bit too, you still can while you're doing your Street UI stuff.
Yeah, I probably would have gone with Roman getting stuff
drive you around
for the to decorate and nice bath towels.
Okay.
That kind of stuff.
How much are you spending on it?
I'll just spend the same.
Oh, because you're fully like redecorating your whole stateroom too. You're giving the ship a makeover.
Getting nested, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And buy like some nice like cushions for the pilot seats, all the seats up in the bridge and stuff. Get them nice and decked out.
Like the trucker beads on the back.
Yeah, that's cool.
Beads, yeah.
That like dashboard mat with the tassels.
Cup holders and tassels, yeah.
Okay. I mean, like if you wanted if you're spending like for the other rooms on the ship to make it nicer or whatever, if you want to like, I don't know, put stuff in your crew commons area, like nicer seats or anything like that. If you want, you could probably deck out the whole thing for like, I mean, it's not gonna be cheap, but including your quarters, like probably like 3,000 credits or something to do like basically the whole crew area of the ship, not the passenger cabins and the not getting like a new engine or anything. But if you spend 3,000 credits, you could like buy the nice pillows and all the nice sheets and refinish stuff and tablecloths and new plates and all that kind of crap. You know what I mean? Give the interior a makeover.
Yeah, definitely do that.
Okay.
And I mean, other than that, I think I'm pretty much good.
Okay. Make sure you note this down, otherwise it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, with a day of shopping in the mall, a couple days of shopping in the mall and stuff from Roman and Ryder there, nesting, fixing up the ship. You guys like stay royal. You would see them coming back and forth during this time from the crew commons, especially. Ryder kind of like scooting the couch around and being like, do I like it better here or there? With the new finishing stuff on it, etc. Of course, you as the steward of this ship, they're not doing stuff to the passenger ship, so it's not really your concern overly, but of course you live here, so I'm sure you watch a couple times. Dixon, you would see this as well, but where are you shopping and stuff?
I would have popped into
oh my god, it's a lot of dice.
Gun store just to get a couple laser sights to complete my arsenal.
Okay.
Otherwise, I just sent a list with the boys. I just got like some glow sticks and some distress flares to replace the one I used.
Okay.
Cold light lantern, just roll of duct tape. That's pretty much it. Just basically tiny little odds and ends so far.
All right.
I'm still scrolling, but
yeah, I mean, if that's all you want, there's nothing specific that like you are as a player having to like dictate and tell me, I want this kind of thing or whatever. Because if you wanted to be like, I want a suit and I want it to look like this, then we can talk about how much it would cost to maybe get it tailored or whatever. You get the idea. Yeah. So with that, then the stuff is picked up. Just if you're getting stuff straight from the book there, you should be able to see the values and just subtract the basic amount, so I don't have to really do anything with that. What about Stay Ruya? Any purchases?
No, what I was rolling was how many hours it's going to take to repair the ship.
Okay.
And that's basically 6 days worth.
Right. Well, you're here for at least a week, so stay really is busy. Is that 6 days? Is that six? That's 6
6
man
work
days?
days.
Okay, so you're here a lot more than a week then.
Well,
If you plan to fix the whole ship while being here.
yeah, that's more than 6 days. That's 6 of her work days.
Six of her work days.
Yeah, she works 20-hour days, so
Right. She lives a 20-hour day, right?
32 hour. She spends
32-hour day.
roughly
Right. Okay.
10 hours sleeping, 2 hours taking care of other stuff, and then 20 hours work.
Right. So that's then.
But it was 124 hours total, so
Yeah, I was gonna say with sleeping and everything, it's gonna be more than that by a fair amount. So how long do you have to be here to do all that?
eight days,
8 days, yeah.
including sleep.
I'm gonna get something as well.
Wait a minute, I'm not sure that's right. What are you getting? Go ahead.
I'm gonna get Steruya a plant. That's I'm gonna get. Wait, hang on.
Catnip
Yeah,
plant.
I'm gonna get a really rare viney flower plant.
Okay, cool. Like a nice orchid or something kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm gonna leave it in her stateroom.
All right.
It's
I say like
8.08 days.
you could spend like hold on, sorry. You could spend like maybe up to 100 credits on that to get something like really nice.
Okay.
So you're saying it's 93. So hold on, let's just work through the roll. I just want to make sure it's right. Just take me through your work. So 30d6 hours to fix the ship. Right?
Well, the 30 was just because I didn't want to lose count. But it was 39 total.
Oh, okay. So 39d6 hours is what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right. Which is 124, which was what we said.
And then because that's 6 of her work days, I added 60 hours. And I figured it an extra 10 just because
Well, hold
it
on.
kinda
Your work
pushed
days
to
don't
the
really.
next day.
I mean, like when you work matters, but so
Yeah.
you work 420 hours at a time, and then sleep for how long is it?
10.
10. All right.
Oh, and then extra 2 just kind of dicking around.
So yeah,
Well,
you're looking
eating, cleaning.
right. Okay. So that's six. That's not 6 work days. That's 6 days for you, right? Total.
Yeah, so that gave me a total of 196 hours. Total time, including sleep and all that.
Right, 196 total hours. Okay. So there's 24 hours in a day. So 196 divided by
24.
24.
8.
8 point something. So we're looking at a little over a week that you have to be here to get the ship repaired. By about just so people understand how this is, what any of this shit means. The amount of hull points of damage that have been done to the ship over time. He's trying to get those repaired. So yeah, it's gonna take you're gonna have to be working your ass off for, let's say, 8.5 days, at least, to get the ship repaired. And by the end of it, you're gonna be tired because you worked your ass off straight for, every one of those days. These weren't like easy working days. That was like
that's
hard
moving
labor
stuff,
days. Yeah.
hard labor, fixing things.
Okay, well, there you guys go. You're gonna be here like 9 days. What are you gonna do in that time? Besides come up with anything else you want to do in that time period. But if
Also-
everybody's handled their shopping and stuff, go ahead, Roman.
One more thing. I would like to locate and acquire some
Terrible.
really expensive, fine roasted coffee beans,
Oh, interesting. So you're trying to get
or
into
something,
nice stuff.
or something more
Yeah.
exotic, if I can find it. That has a similar effect.
Okay.
and I would like
I mean,
to-
you've got the weird tobacco coffee still on the ship
Yeah, that's
that you bought.
weird tobacco coffee. We got
Yeah.
like, some good. I'm gonna get some like.
You bought it
exotic
off a bunch of
gourmet
lizard people. Yeah.
shit. Yeah, they had it in like a big barrel or something.
hmm
I'm gonna
Yeah.
find that too, and I'm
Okay.
gonna leave that in Ryder's room.
All right. So I'll say like you could spend up to 100 credits on that too if you wanted to get, depending on how much you want to get.
Okay.
And like what quality. Anybody else want to get anything in this little bit of downtime? People seem to like you guys buying stuff. A lot of people are showing up.
Oh yeah.
Didn't
feel
think
like
it was
I
ever gonna
need to-
happen.
I feel like I need to get Dixon something.
Sure, you guys haven't done a lot of
shopping
shopping in this whole campaign, so that, I'm giving you this whole episode. Do any kind of purchasing you want?
You know what I'm gonna get for Dixon? I'm gonna get Dixon a model spaceship. Like
That's funny.
a really
I like that.
like a really nice one that has like a lot of pieces that like those professional kits that you put them together and it's like, oh,
Right.
that's like a piece. Like you could display that.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna, and it's gonna be
Like a Gundam.
yeah, like a Gundam model. Yeah, I want him to do something with his robot.
I'm not making
hands.
fun of that. I love that.
So so it'll be like that.
Yeah, this
like
is
a ship in a-
fucked up, bro.
Like a ship in a bottle. They're pretty dexterous, aren't they?
I mean, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we are.
You'll have some time to work on it. All right. So yeah, again, you could spend like up to 100 credits on something like that if you wanted to. It's up to you how much you want to do. I want a Gundam model. I know. I do like those. They're rad as shit. I've seen there's a couple YouTube channels I watch where they literally that's all they do is they make different type of mecha models and stuff and they
that's
paint them
fucking
and
awesome.
stuff and it's some of the coolest shit I've ever seen. It's so cool. It's like, man, I would like to do that, but it's hundreds of hours and I don't have
I've
more
put
hours.
together more than a few.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
wow.
cool, man. I like models. I used to put together Star Trek models and stuff a lot. Surprise, surprise. Anyway, back to the game. But yeah, I like those two. J5.
Yeah, and I leave that.
You
in
put together
Dixon.
Star Trek models? Yeah. What? I can't believe that. All right, so
Wait,
yeah, you can
so-
get a cool spaceship model. I would like to ask you one simple question about it. Which one, right? If it's one of the known universe Traveller ones, is like a Marava class, free trader, or is it like one of the big like naval? You don't have to tell me the model. I'm just saying, like, is it like a ship like you're in? Is it a big like naval ship, or what is it?
It's gonna be our ship. It's gonna be our class ship.
Oh,
And it's gonna
okay.
be a pretty like good size scale.
Okay, so a Type A class free trader, like just a
Yeah.
big one. Okay, nice.
And then like something for him to display it with once it's completed. Like
Okay.
a podium or something. Plaque. Some sort of shelf.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like a model and a plank of wood.
Anybody else?
Make
wanna
this
get
model
anything?
and then make a shelf to put it on.
Really? Yeah.
Anybody else doing any shopping while Styria is working her ass off during that time? You would all come back to your quarters to find these little gifts from Roman. I don't think you've said that you've put any notes or anything on them, so you may not know immediately who gave them to you. But they're all there, sitting there like
I
on
go
your bed in
around
your stateroom or
claiming
whatever.
that I gave all the gifts.
You guys like my gifts?
Well, I didn't get the
That's
one with
why he's
gifts.
the captain.
Yeah,
Delegating.
best captain ever.
Okay, cool. That's nice. That's very sweet of Roman. Go around and give his family all of the his newfound family, these gifts and stuff. Okay. Well, on that note, then we can jump ahead to the results of Dixon's roll earlier. But before we do, I'm going to go on just a really quick break. Not anywhere near as long as the last one, but I need to use the restroom really bad, so we'll be right back. And we're back. Okay, there he goes. Took a second there. We had Psycho getting some food and stuff, so waited a second for him to get back. So we messed up on the amount of time that it takes to heal the ship up, to repair it. So let's redo that. We'll clear this.
While we're redoing that, I'm gonna go and buy something else for Dixon.
My calendar doesn't do that you were trying to show me, Psycho.
Huh? What do you mean?
You messaged me on Discord and said the calendar was messed up.
Oh, yours doesn't look like it?
No, mine's normal.
Oh, okay.
Which part is messed up for you? I don't really. Oh, I see it. You have
I circled it in red.
Yeah, no, I see it. I had to go back to it, but no, that's not how mine works at all. It is interesting because yours is off by one row. Then, as a result, like day 002 is 2 day.
Yeah, you were like,
on yours.
oh, it's 129. It's 2 day. I was like, looks like 5 day to me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know why yours is off by one. It's weird. Are the rest of your calendars off by one too?
What was it supposed to say?
I'll show you what it should look
Yeah,
like.
mine's off by 3 or 2.
3.
Mine says it's faux day.
Mine says photo 131.
Yeah, mine says 131 faux day.
Well, that's not wrong. 131 faux day is right.
Okay.
Actually 4 day, but yeah.
I love that
Faux
everyone
day.
called it
Faux day.
faux day.
Yeah, faux day. FO. But yeah,
I didn't
4 day.
know what it was until I looked
It's
up.
one.
after
It's
I
one.
said
Two.
it.
It's 1 2. It's like I think it's 1 2. I forget if it's not 3 day, but I think it maybe is like 3 days, like C day or something like that. 3 day, and then 4 day, 5 day. So anyway, look at the calendar that I put in notes. That's what it should look like.
So small. 131 photo. Yeah. That's,
yeah, sure.
okay. Yeah.
Crushed it.
11:05.
Yeah.
7:30 p.m. Hell
He's
yeah.
seen a whole different
He's
thing.
wrong. Yeah, he's wrong.
He's seen he's seen the first day of the year, not the holiday day, but the first day of the year as being another day of the year.
Oh, really?
And it doesn't.
It's wrong
Oh,
from
I
the
was also
beginning.
celebrate that holiday apparently.
It's an Aslan calendar.
Yeah, you can show it too.
Interesting.
I don't know why you're seeing that. You updated Fantasy Grounds, right? I mean, you see what he's showing, right? Look at notes. You can see his is right above.
Yeah,
mine.
I see the Wednesday.
One, but yeah. One and say anyway.
The
Nobody knows
the
the hell
wet
we're talking
day.
about right now.
The wedding.
It's great. It's great. Anyway,
So while he's fixing the ship, I'm gonna go
Okay.
get Dixon another thing real quick. If I can find it, this might be a little weird. I don't know if this exists.
I mean, if it's
but
something weird
gotta
on this
exist.
planet, I mean, this is a big metropolitan world, so you can buy a lot of things. If it's something that is potentially rare, then it's just going to be a roll for it. But
Okay. It's not. I don't know if. Okay. It's. I want to look for like some sort of. You know how they have like those planetarium things for rooms that shine stars around the whole room or whatever.
you know, the
I want,
nightlights for
like-
babies. Kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Or very cool
Listen though,
adults.
hang on.
Hip, edgy, and with the times adults.
Listen.
It's definitely not big babies.
I'm weak. Okay, hang on.
All right, I'm waiting to hear where you're going
sounded,
with this.
sounded so much cooler in my head. I want to find like something that projects like
A lava
Like-
lamp.
like Terran landscapes in like a 3-dimensional environment, so it looks like you're standing in like a holodeck. But like it's kind of like you still see the lights, like from the source of the projection. You know,
So
it's not like
so you don't have to like make that up. Like that's an actual item in the game.
oh
you want a real holographic projector. That's an actual item. That's
yeah, okay. I want him to be able to like project like Terran landscapes, so like every now and then if he feels like, oh, we've been in space for like so long, I miss being on a planet.
So the best you could buy here would be the TL9 one. Oh, it's SE. So there's Remembrance holograms at TL9. There's a play table at TL9. There's a holographic projector TL11 that you could get that would do kind of what you're wanting.
Okay.
But I think you would have to make a roll to see if you can buy it. So let's see. Holographic projector is a briefcase-sized box that, when activated, creates a 3-dimensional image in the space around it to the range of about 3 meters. The projected images are obviously not real and most often used for communication purposes or art displays, etc. Blah blah blah. You can do anything you want with that, right?
Yeah.
A holographic projector can be connected to any computer, comm unit, or transceiver of TL10 or more. So
Okay. Yeah, that sounds exactly like it. It's like art installations and shit. That's pretty much what this will be. Oh yeah. Oh.
it can do up to 3 meters or like stuff around it and stuff too. That's just
Okay.
showing, like, the one
Okay.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Then yes. Hell yes.
All right, actually, let me put the image on screen so people can see the picture.
That'll be for all of us, but with Dixon in mind.
Okay. Sure. If you want to buy one of those, that's fine. We'll just need to make a roll to see if you can get it on World. I don't think that's like particularly difficult. So I think any kind of broker or admin could be done to try and track down something like that.
Yeah, I don't have admin. I have
Do you have a
advocate.
broker?
Yeah.
I don't have broker.
That's
either.
more like being a lawyer.
I have carouse. Diplomat.
I do have admin, which only takes like I think a D hours or something.
The best one would probably be broker, but also admin would work. Let's see. I could see you doing. Because you're trying to find a higher TO level item than the average. Yeah, I think you need to do admin or broker.
And I will
That's trade.
Hey Dixon, I have something I'd like to I'll find Dixon at some point. And I'll
That's
be
fine.
like, hey Dixon, I know I got you something, but you're a hard motherfucker to shop for, you know that? I don't know anything really about what you like to do or anything, so I do have an idea though, and I think I might embarrassingly I might need your help finding it. And I'll explain to him that I'm looking for this holographic projector. You still don't know why I need it, but I'll say I have this I want to try and get for with you in mind, but I think we could all benefit from it, honestly. You can help me find it.
Sure. Sorry, what? You want to roll admin?
Yeah, you're gonna need to roll admin, and I think roll like this. I'm just reading for examples of the same thing. Other games have done. Yeah, you roll admin, and then should be affected by contacts you have on the world. It's basically like an admin trade roll. So say Rulia would know more about that, honestly, than not doing the admin, but just like the Psycho would know about it, not stay Rulia. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Either way, you roll +3 effect there. I don't know what the add on is, so I'm trying to figure
Kind
out.
of like searching for. It's like searching planet eBay.
Okay, so the separation, so the difference between the tech levels, standing with world population modifier. Okay, so ACES is
Population modifier.
okay, so that doesn't affect it, and then so, okay, so you have a -1 to that, so it's the 10, not 11, which is still a success. So you do manage to find one to buy. It's just a little bit more expensive than the average than it would be if you were buying it on a world that it was at that tech level. So okay, so yeah, it'll be 1200.
Okay. Oh, excellent. I can't believe you found one.
Yeah, no problem. It's a little pricey, but this will do. This is what you look for?
Oh, this is perfect. This will do just perfect. I can't wait to show you what I have in
Yeah, here's the address if you want to go grab it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for this. You'll appreciate it, I swear.
All right, so you go and you pick up your projector. We move forward a little bit. Probably not quite to when you're ready to show him what you're doing with the projector, but like so just before that, like maybe when he's starting to wrap up his actual streetwise stuff. But Dixon, maybe about 8 hours or so later. Second. You find yourself outside you've been mingling, but outside of the starport in the middle of probably the busiest street you've been to in quite a while, actually. It's a little bit daunting in some ways how many people are around you here. It's a beautiful world, but the fact that you sort of have been living on the outskirts of civilization for such a kind of a long period of time now, for not like a super long time, but for months, sort of sets in this this bit of not paranoia or anything like that. I mean, you've experienced both. It's just like, oh yeah, wow, it's kind of like a reverse culture shock, right? At first you were taken aback by the sort of the weird solitude in these lonely moments in space, and now it's like, oh man, I'm so crowded in by all these people. It's almost oppressive to some degree. But looking out over the horizon, these cities are, again, not built tall. They're built wide, and it's a beautiful world with a beautiful sky. There's just something weird about it, You can make of that what you will. But without too much work that evening, after kind of getting some contacts here and there, you do manage to find what you actually would have thought would have been a like a seedy bar or something like that, right? Based off of all the word that you've been given for this place, and you've been given a name that that you can contact. The name is the Chronicle, so it's like a code word, not like a name. And the location that you've kind of been given after going back and forth with all of this these little rumors of the last few days is in the middle of an alleyway. And it's a little bit strange to kind of to look at, because as you're standing here in this alleyway expecting to see this dive bar, basically, you look down at like maybe the note you scratched on a napkin or something like that, and look up at it again, and the sign itself of this little establishment, what you thought would be a dive bar, at the address that you might find this guy sitting here or whatever, this guy named the Chronicle, is a wonderful little noodle shop serving noodles, strangely, on bread.
Noodle dogs.
And it says the Chronicle on the top. The name of the little noodle stand is the Chronicle. Behind the very shallow counter, you can see 3 people. One of them is Aslan, and he is cooking right now. Currently, it looks to be some kind of large noodle dish, steam flying up high into the sky as he kind of tosses these noodles down, and you can see it's interspersed with all of these strange vegetables and meats and stuff, and he sets it down off to the side and serves it off to a customer. There's also 2 humans in there as well, one of which seems to kind of be directing the others around. All 3 of them are dressed in perfectly clean, except for a few splashes of like the noodle juice and stuff here that have happened very recently. Perfectly clean, solid black aprons, as well as black clothes, black shirt, black pants underneath. Each of them wearing clean, nice shoes and a bandana that's also black tied around the tops of their heads, pulling any hair they have tight back. And they each seem to be, though the Aslan's facial expressions are a little bit different, you come to kind of understand them a bit. They all seem to be pretty jovial and communicating with their customers. There are a number of other Aslan you've seen recently from the Glorious Empire here on the street corners and stuff, and they haven't really been acting like this, right? They've been there's been a lot of sort of like you might consider like light bullying and kind of taking advantage of their recent dominance in the area and things like that. And even in a couple of like the bars that you had contacts with, there were a few moments where you're like, this guy's about to get in a fight with this Aslan. I'm gonna have to pull my gun. Shit. And it didn't quite happen, but you were afraid it was gonna pop off, and it never did. So it's sort of a weird juxtaposition to see this like jovial Aslan cooking noodles, which is a thing that technically maybe Aslan wouldn't even normally eat. Though certainly if there's a lot of meat on them, maybe they will. But yeah, it seems strange, but this is the Chronicle. What do you do?
Go get a noodle dog.
So who's there? If you want to be there, that's fine. But as we established, this was just Dixon. But if you want to be there, we can make that work.
Oh, this is during that.
Oh, pop on the radio. Yeah, so I found the place. Some sort of noodle stand, noodle dog stands.
What noodle
I'm gonna
dogs?
go. Yeah. Come on down if you're interested. I'm gonna go feel it out and see what's,
All right,
see
we'll
what's
be
good.
there.
All right.
Dixon turns around. I'm already there.
Behind
He's
you.
just like sprinting. It's a commotion.
Yeah,
So I'm
basically
gonna
spaghetti
wait.
sandwiches, J5. It's kind of like that.
Let's go to the noodle dog stand. Yeah.
If
Wait,
no,
Or yakisoba bread.
Did Dixon go to the gun store already?
It's good, dude. Try eating your spaghetti on a hot dog bun sometime. I'm not joking. I'm being 100% serious.
Could he have swooped me up some grenades from the gun store?
He's not going to the gun store. This is you can't just buy grenades. That's what we're saying. You can't buy grenades. That's why he's going to a fence, is to be able to get illegal stuff. This is the fence.
Okay,
I mean,
I didn't realize the grenades were part of that too. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's why I said
Yeah,
wait
I
for
mean,
that. You
so,
can't buy those at the mall, basically.
Yeah, as long as my sixth
Oh yeah,
or
J-Mo.
7th or 8th senses don't go off, whichever one of those is the cop sense, I'm gonna approach. Take
Okay.
a seat, take a stool. I'm gonna say not too intensely, but some sort of greeting in Aslan, like,
Truck, but yeah,
morning friend, truck amigo.
that works. So the Aslan will kind of look over at you as you do this, and he'll get sort of a snarly looking smile that you recognize as kind of holding back a bit of laughter, and kind of looks you all up and down for just a second. You can see he's kind of busy cooking
I'm
at the
looking
moment,
right
so
on
it's like not this like stare down. It's like this like kind of looking over his shoulder while he's like doing something with boiling fluid, So there's not. So he's being a little bit careful. But he looks over at you and says, "Well, that's a first, I guess. Do you really want to order something, or are you just here to practice your language skills? Please say it's the first one."
I didn't know they stack shit that high in this planet. Yeah, whatever's good. It's one big old dog.
All right, we can do that. And you can see, they go to work. One of the humans steps forward. Older man, again, black apron, black shirt and pants, tied back black bandana. He looks, like I said, older, maybe in his I mean, it's hard to know with anagathics or anything, of course, but if you had to judge without anagathics, you'd say he was probably in his 60s, later 60s. Gray hair, no beard, clean shaven. He comes over to you and just kind of leans in and says, "Just getting the one. That's fine. That's gonna be 5 credits."
Put this credit stick up and flick him 10 credits.
He'll take it. "Welcome to the Chronicle. You're welcome to sit in the store as long as you're eating or drinking."
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And so, no other customers around, just these 3 guys.
No. There's customers there coming and going and stuff. There's a lot of people that come and pick up stuff, like literally noodles and basically cardboard, and like walk off with them. And there's occasionally a couple people that'll come and sit at the little stand that you're at. There's just a few stools, like maybe like 4 or 5. So I'll say that there's like probably like 2 people other than you sitting at some of these stools, just slurping down noodles loudly. Each of them probably drinking like a beer or a soda or something like that in the evening.
Are any of them sort of...
It's maybe some basic, but probably not with this planet. Basics not quite as common here.
He's obviously busy. Is any of the other ones give me a look of any sort?
The Aslan's cooking. The other guy is basically serving to people, and this guy's like coming to take your money and all that. So this is the guy that's kind of like, this is the only one really looking at you.
Say, brother, I was at spent some time at Jimmy's there last night.
Jimmy's,
you know old Jimmy.
Go on.
Yeah, I was wondering if I was kind of here to talk some business.
Well, you made your streetwise to find him earlier, but I think you're gonna have to make like a persuade or a corrals, or maybe a diplomacy, or maybe another streetwise to kind of convince him you're legit. You know what I mean?
Sure. I can do a streetwise.
Yeah, it's just kind of the angle you take on the approach of.
Yeah, there's
convincing
a right. I'm just trying to. I mean, he wants to do. Everybody wants to do business. I'm just trying to find the path of least resistance.
Oh shit!
Jesus Christ!
He gives you the business.
Jimmy, you say you're looking for some of our special noodles?
Yeah, I was wanting to talk about that.
Yeah, we got some sauces and stuff. We have some of them bottled and such. Why don't I take over cooking? I'll just be right back. And he steps over to the Aslan, and you can like see him whisper something in his ear. And the Aslan kind of looks like very, very briefly disgruntled, like I'm being interrupted, and then kind of finishes setting the bowl of noodles down to the side that the guy takes and serves off to somebody and begins taking over. As he steps away, he pulls the bandana, ties it off his head, and folds it into 3 like perfect folds that make it into a little triangle, and sets it down on the shelf before walking over to you. He just says, "So you want to see some of our bottled sauces and special noodles? Why don't I show you the way? You can call me Shrock."
Maybe you didn't hear me.
Shrock.
I'm here to see the ball.
So
all right, I'll hop up
so
and follow him.
he'll lead you out away from the stand, and you go maybe 15 meters off to the side, and there is a truck parked in an alleyway there, basically a grav truck, a pretty long one, like not what you would think of as like a food truck, but closer to a I mean, it's not like a tractor trailer because it's not a real truck, right? This is an actual flying vehicle. So it's the grav loader trucks that exist in Traveller. So it's pretty big and has a full open back, but it's closed at the moment. And he walks up to it and bangs on it 3 times, stops, kind of waits a second and bangs on it 4 more times, stops, and then just hits it really hard once. And it rolls up just a little bit until you see a gentleman sitting in there on a stool who it looks like he's looking down at a pad watching, like basically watching TV on a pad. And he looks up as he rolls up in the top, but not all the way, right? So he's like sitting down on this stool, so he only rolls it up to about the level he's at now. And just leans out and goes, "Yeah, what can I do for you?"
Nobody else is around in earshot.
No, it's like basically a pretty empty alleyway here. It's in between 2 warehouses that this is essentially next to, that seem to be loaded full of like food and stuff.
Say, friend, just coming through town. My friends and I are just looking to do a little
the sauce and
business.
noodles, right? Okay,
yeah. Give him a little wink. The special noodles.
All right, Shruck, we you go back to work. I'll deal with him. All right. And the Aslan just nods, doesn't say another word, and turns back around and walks out of the alley and back in the direction of the noodle shop. The gentleman opens the door a bit taller. Why don't you come on inside? Let's make this quick or quiet or invisible. I don't know. Come in.
All right, I'll hop up.
All right, you hop on in and he closes it behind
climb
you.
up in the truck in a way that only a police officer can.
Dixon was never
Showing
seen
your badge
from again.
Yeah, stick him up now. All right, so you hop in there with him. All right, yeah, we can talk in here. It's safe. So, what exactly you're looking for? I assume if you're here, that means that you've been set up by, at least Jimmy over there, or maybe over here at the stand. Since Shrock brings you on over, I think that you've been approved on some level. I don't want to know no names, and I don't want you to know mine. So let's not ask you any questions. And if you start asking a whole lot of questions, then we're not gonna do so much business anymore. And maybe you won't be welcome here no more. And maybe we have, Shrock out there to give you a talking to. But I think we're okay, right?
We're good. We won't need.
All right, buddy. I'm glad to hear it. So, why don't we get to work here? What you looking to acquire? And it's okay. You don't gotta say sauce and noodles no more.
Yeah, I'm gonna let's keep this simple. In the market for a few nothing too crazy, just some grenades. Not even the big nasty ones, just some kind of defensive stuff. I'm just coming through town, so I don't really have that kind of connection. But if you could hook me up with a guy that could do.
Yeah, I can do all kinds of arms. If you're just looking for weapons, that's not too hard to find. I mean, as long as it's not something too high tech, I can provide that.
Sure. I got the list.
What exactly
I got this list right here.
Here?
I got a list right here.
So it's just these grenades you're looking for. You're looking for something a bit meaner too.
If you got anything,
I mean, you come all this way.
If you got
if
anything in the way of heavy weapons, I'd be interested.
Well, now we are speaking the same language, my friend. If you're looking into something that's heavy, are we talking something that goes on a little bit of vroom or something you carry around yourself?
Just barely. I carry it with this, and I'll glance at my arm. Something of the fusion variety.
Oh, I see. All right, you got a little, it's something special there. Well, just so you know, there's no questions about where any of this comes from, and so if you do acquire some goods from us, don't look into where they came from. You hear? I assume you're on the level with that, so.
I hear you.
So what exactly are you looking for? And let's see what we got here.
But if you got something like an FGMP,
What tech level is that?
14.
No, he's not gonna be able to get you a fucking tech level
What are you
14
talking about
anything.
14's like normal. If you're in a war zone, you're gonna have some heavy weapons come through. You know, forget it. Okay, here's what I'm really here for. And I know this is a big deal. I may not have a set of recipe chips from a certain galactic fast food empire.
Go on. I'm not exactly following you so far, but go on.
I love this.
I'm looking at him like he just doesn't understand what I'm saying.
Yes, he's very confused.
Well, my
Like up until this moment, he's kind of been like, "Is this guy a cop?" And at this moment, he's just like, "No, this guy's an idiot. What's going on?"
Shoo.
Yeah.
Look. We did some work. We did some work for a station that's pretty much underwater now, and came out with a complete set of Astroburger equipment. In particular, the chips.
All right. So, how recent are they? Are they updated ones, or are they older?
Yes,
What do you got?
It's a real deal.
I mean, you got them on you?
I didn't want to be walking around with that kind of thing. I know that
I understand.
corpos don't take too
Yeah,
kindly.
that's fine.
But I can get them here in a bit.
All right. Well, if we could have a showing of them, and we can confirm they're actually real, maybe we could talk. I can, not personally myself, of course, you understand, buy something like that, but I might be able to arrange a buyer that would probably want to stay anonymous. So you might have to wait a few days, and then we can handle the transaction with me here, or perhaps elsewhere, another location. We never meet the same place twice on something like this. So if you really want to do it, maybe we can make it work. I've stayed alive for a long time doing a lot of things in this business, and I've done that by being very, very fucking careful. So if you fuck me here, I'm gonna burn everything that you know and love. But if you work with me, we could be good friends, I feel like, if you're dealing with this kind of wares. I thought you were a big idiot for a minute there, but if you're pulling through, and what you say is true.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, well, it's probably the face, but it's all right. Let's go ahead and see what we can do with what you got. You give me proof, we can talk more. Now, if you're looking to buy some, a little bit of, some pistols or some rifles, or you said you was interested in some heavy weapons, I got some of that, just nothing quite on the level that you was talking about. I mean, this ain't the Central Imperium down here, but we do got some goods. So if you're looking to buy something heavy that hits really hard, I can make that happen. It don't mean I got it in the truck right now. But I tell you what I do got. If you want yourself some basic, and when I say basic, I mean the purple kind, if you know what I'm talking about, right? I got you some of that, which ain't necessarily legal around here no more. Mostly due to trade allegations between the companies that produced it. But if you're into it, I can get you some of that right now. I got a crate of it right here. Came in this morning. I swear to gods, it has not been here for 6 years.
I'll take a glance at it. Is it dusty?
It's covered in dust, yeah.
I'm not gonna come in between you and your god or whatnot, but what can you cut me a deal on it?
I mean, I could give it to you for let's say it looks you up and down, and then he kind of eyes the big weird robot arm for a second. Let's just say 200 credits, and it's yours. Tastes like nothing you ever had before.
Listen, in a show of good faith and to get this ball rolling, my captain, he just kind of joker love this shit. Yeah, I'll take it off your hands.
Oh, I could use a good sucker captain. I mean, joker captain. All right, yeah, 200 credits. Deal's a deal.
All right, I'll flick him 200 credits.
You exchange it, and he pushes the box over to you, leaving like a trail of dust as he does. Holy shit, you are stupid. That is really old and awful. You should not drink it, but I appreciate the credits, and it shows me who I'm working with. I'm all right with that. So let's make this work. If you talk to me here, let's say I give you a contact. I gotta give you a little bit of a burner connect, but you come talk to me 3 hours from 10 minutes from tomorrow. How's that, right? We'll just go with that. So beginning of tomorrow, 3 hours after that. I'm not talking in code, you'll understand. 3:10 a.m. So we'll just do that tomorrow, and meet at the drop location, so let's say a few hours later, to exchange. But if you're looking for any goods, any weapons or anything else, and we can do the exchange all at the same time, right? So I can bring you the weapons, you can bring me the chips, you bring the credits, I bring the credits, we all have a good happy time, we do a little bit of math, and then we never see each other again, unless you're looking to do more business.
Sounds good to me. Love it.
All right, next time if you bring a bunch of people around and stuff with you, just be careful to let us know, because I'm gonna be worried, when we got all this stuff around. So I'm gonna have some guys there too. I'm just warning you so that you know, and you don't see my guys and think something fishy's going on around this, because I'm gonna have protection. And if you want to have protection too, that's up to you. Everybody's got to have their own security. The world is a tough place out there. But we've talked too long, so if you want to go ahead and get the fuck out my truck, we can see you at 3:10 in the morning tomorrow on the vid screen, that is. You sure you don't want nothing else?
Sorry, where's the spot?
No, we're going to talk. We're going to give you my communications right here. I'm handing it to you. It's a bit of a burner. He's giving you his contact info.
Yeah. All right.
And you're going to contact us at 3:10 tomorrow, and then we're going to get the hell out of here. We're not going to talk here no more.
Love it.
No business on site except for the purple basic you got there. If you really do want some bottled sauce, though, I do actually have some.
No, you got me.
You want some of the bread?
I got no. Once. You should have thought.
All right,
about
that's
that,
good. That's good. That's good. It's all
expired.
expired. You got it. No, that was good. That was just another test. You're working your way up in the ranks. One of these days you'll get there. One of these days.
I'm very streetwise.
Maybe you'll get there. Oh yeah. Oh well. At least you found your way here. Trust me, you could have found yourself somewhere much worse. All right. So like I said, get the fuck out of my truck. And he rolls open the thing.
All right, I'll drag my basic and head out.
All right, don't drink too much of that at once. It'll give you the runs. And he closes the thing down.
I'll adjust my collar. Damn, I'm a good criminal. He didn't gut me for being a cop. That's huge.
You didn't gut me for being a cop. Yes. All right. Well, what do you do, Dixon?
A little bit disoriented from that encounter, so I'll just kind of stumble over and see if anybody's showing up for noodles.
Oh yeah. I mean, do you mean the other player characters, or do you mean customers? Normal customers. There's people who come in. All right. Okay. All right. Yes. What are you guys doing?
I was gonna go see if Roman and Cerulia wanted to go get noodle dogs, and I was gonna go get noodle dogs.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Stevie Beans.
I'm good right now. I got this. I have a project I'm working on actually. A little surprise for when you get big. Bring me back a noodle dog though.
Ready. All right. I won't talk about it, but I'm back. Things are good. I'll update you guys on the ship. I'll bring you. Why don't I just bring you back in order for everybody?
Oh, perfect. Bring back all the noodle dogs.
Yeah. So I'll head back over to the cart. Hey there. Can you put together kind of a noodle platter, plenty of dogs, and
I like that.
make a quarter of it for Nazlan, if you don't mind.
When you say that, the Aslan chef Strzok kind of looks over, bandana now tied back around his head tightly.
Sure.
He looks over and he just kind of taps him on the shoulder, and walks over. You're getting an order for an Aslan, you said?
Yes, sir.
Cute.
What were they the Glorious Empire?
No, sir. This is my very respected ship's engineer.
They're from the Hirid, or they worked with you on a ship somewhere?
Yeah, she travels with me and my crew.
Okay. Okay. He just goes back and starts preparing a big platter of noodles.
See if he wants to join us.
And
I'll watch him for spit.
and brings them over to you after preparing it. It's a huge bowl of noodles, but you can see one of them, it has noodles in them, but they look different than the other noodles by a lot.
They're alive.
All right, Fran, what do I owe you?
Worms.
It's gak.
He just waves at you. Doesn't say anything, just waves his hand.
Oh, well, all right then.
Listen, if you can put up with him, and you're ordering for an Aslan, or name from one of them, and he gestures over where you can see like a group of Glorious Empire walking by. It's on the house. I'm not gonna make it a habit, but it's on the house.
I appreciate that, and yeah, I get what you're saying. They're real assholes out here.
So you from pretty far away, I guess. Then it seems strange. He kind of like tries to keep the conversation going over his shoulder as he's preparing the other noodles for other customers and stuff as well.
Yes, sir. Just rolling through.
We get some travelers coming through.
Yeah.
Florian route. It's a pretty big trade route. It's not too often we see an Aslan serving with a group of humans. That's how I grew up, actually.
Hell yeah, we're
Grew up
lucky
on
to have
colony.
her.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, whereabouts?
Here, actually.
Oh, okay. You miss it?
Here,
Traveling
I miss being here. Oh no, I'm not a traveler. I grew up with humans, is what I was saying, not as a traveler.
Okay, yeah.
Here, there's
I see
a
that. You
small
look a little-
population of us
look a
here.
little well-adjusted.
A lot more now. Yeah, it's a little disorienting, I have to say, with our recent guests. And if anybody has called it the worst, I think it's probably the native Aslan here. But yeah, let's not worry about that. So yeah, on the house, you can see there's like a bit of frustration in his face for a moment as he says that. But yeah, if you're looking to get any more noodles, noodle dogs, anything you want for an Aslan, just let them know you come here. You ask for the special to be getting, and I think they'll probably like them. It's all meat.
Nice. I'm sure she will. I'll let her know you sent them.
He'll just nod and go back to his noodles.
All right there, little doggy. And I guess I'll turn and walk.
Okay. You head on away from the Chronicle.
All right, bring it back to the ship.
Yeah, it doesn't take very long to get there.
Lunchtime.
Oh, perfect timing, actually.
Little dogs.
Yeah, I know we got food pretty well sorted, but I thought a little variety can't kill us.
It's the spice of life, right?
Yeah, met this Aslan actually, local.
Oh, you don't say.
Hates these new Aslan just like everybody else does.
Hey, so do you stay, Ruya?
Yeah, he says they're putting a squeeze on him, on the local
Yeah,
Aslan.
you say that
is.
goes to Ruya.
Yes, they're terrible.
He sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Might
How tall was he?
he's a big motherfucker. I'll tell you that.
Is he handsome?
What color was his hair?
I mean, I would have curled up with him for a night, but
Like jetpack?
just for comfort, nothing weird. But I don't know. Yeah, he seemed like he might have wanted to say more, but he didn't, and he was busy as hell, slinging noodles. Didn't charge me for this though. Stay Ruya. He said these are meat noodles. Just for you, and yeah, no charge.
A lot of food.
He liked the idea that you was aboard our ship.
He didn't charge you for all of these?
The rest of it looks kind of disgusting. So.
Well, he was tied in with the other business. So about that, we're gonna get a call there tonight at 3, a little after 3. And we're gonna meet up with them. We should all probably go. It could just to show a force.
Makes sense.
If can I roll anything streetwise or just to see? Did he seem shady? I mean, me as a player, he seemed shady as hell. I mean, did he seem like he was legit?
You're talking about the fence, right?
Guido, yeah.
Okay. You go ahead and roll a. Go ahead and roll I guess streetwise. Yeah. I mean, he's a criminal.
An arms dealer.
He's a
criminal.
He's a fence and an arms
that
dealer.
Dude in the back of that thing was a fucking criminal.
But if anything, he was honest about what he's doing. Right. He did rip you off kind of on the purple basic, but he told you he did.
Right. So
it's kind of what you want to make of it. He is 100% a arms dealer. Like, you know, he sells things that people kill each other with. So it's, you know, you can take the head as, you know, one way or the other.
He doesn't use them.
I mean, it's legitimate businesses do that too. So
it's hard to read. But he screwed me over on these. So he sold me some old ass purple basic. I thought we might try it as a novelty. He seemed to think it's gonna.
Wait, you got purple basic?
Yeah, it seemed like it's gonna fuck your stomach up pretty something good. But so maybe go easy on it. But I figured, what the hell?
That's crazy.
So as far as you know, they don't make it anymore. It hasn't been made because it was part of an acquisition of a company, like was a small company that was doing it, and that company got bought out by the big one that does it, which is basic, and then they just stopped doing that flavor as like a buyout. So whatever. So if he's had that crate sitting there for 6 years, it's probably like made like years and years before that. But it's not something that has to stay fresh because it's basic. It's just, you know.
Wait, this is actual purple basic? Is this real?
Yeah, it's not just red and blue mixed together. This is purple.
Is this? Can I look at it? Is this actually like?
You can never make it taste like real.
Yeah,
purple.
this is. We talked about this in the very beginning of the actual campaign. This isn't a real
like
thing.
Actual real basic.
Yeah, real.
This is the actual real purple basic.
How is this not worth more?
It's kind of like buying like an MRE from like 100 years ago.
Yeah, it's more of a novelty, I guess.
Yeah, but I bet we can find someone who would pay a lot for these. Yeah. This is purple basic.
People that are drinking basic are not like looking necessarily for.
Wait, do you think someone just put the red and the blue together?
I wasn't sure that that's not the case.
You'll never know unless you taste it.
I mean, fuck it. I'll crack one.
Oh, no, it's appreciated in value.
I mean, it's basic, so it's a powder that you have to mix with water. But it's like you already know that. You live on a spaceship that has probably drank more basic than water.
I drank a whole packet of dust.
No, don't do that.
No, that's
as a dog, as your
that's 600 pictures worth.
Purple basic is weird.
Purple basic is weird.
Yeah, so I'll pull a picture out and make up a picture. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you have like little dispensers to do it on the ship and stuff, so it's easy for you to just pour it in. And I mean, it's basic, right? It's in the name. So for those of you that don't know, basic is like a thing in our version of the OTU that's a type of drink that is just like a nutritional slurry to keep you alive for longer, and it's kind of replaced water in some spacefaring communities because it helps to supplement so much of your diet as well. So they end up drinking that almost all the time when they hydrate, just so they don't die of malnutrition and on poor supply lines. And so because of that, it's ubiquitous on spaceships and stuff like that because of its such good emergency food supply as well as supplemental nutrition. Anyway, Those are some world details that we haven't talked about
No
in
one
a long
knows
time.
who makes it. Is that right?
No, it's just the company that makes it. It literally is just named after the actual product. They're
Or
just
people forgot
basic.
the ingredients or something? I can't remember something about it.
They're pretty secretive about the ingredients, similar to Astro Burgers, and so basically nobody except that company knows what they really do. There was another company that used to make it, and then a bunch more before that, and it was kind of like a corporate war between them, and now there's just one. So it's kind of like all restaurants are Taco Bell, demolition
Yeah.
man style thing, but it's with this beverage.
All basic is actual
Basic. Yeah, and it's all called Basic. The company is called Basic, like Basic Corporation, the Basic Corporation. Yeah,
They make basic.
they make Basic. They, anyway.
What does it taste like?
So you put together some of the purple,
Yep.
Yeah.
sip on it. It does not taste like the two mixed together at all. It tastes
This is a
completely
new
different.
flavor.
Real purple.
This
If
is
any-
actually a new flavor.
If anything, it's sort of kind of unexpectedly less fruity than the other basics, and sort of more like almost a creamy kind of cream soda type taste. Sort of like
This is
that
like-
weird thing where you drink like red cream soda and you're like, that should taste like cherry, and you drink it and it's like, that's a vanilla flavor. What? So it's a little bit weird,
This tastes
but
like
it's
desserty.
not bad.
It's pretty good actually.
Fucking great.
I wonder why they don't make this anymore.
He said something about some kind of trade dispute or whatever. I don't know if this other company went out of business.
Interesting.
But anyway, there you have it.
Good score.
Yeah, it was weird. He sort of laughed at me for buying it, but he seemed to be
Joke's
straight
on
up,
him.
sort of. Yeah, joke's on him, right, boys?
Yeah.
He's back in his truck,
Purple.
counting his credits.
So yeah, he was
Yeah, that
focused
fucking
on.
sucker.
He's obviously gonna have to inspect these chips if we're gonna move them.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So, obviously there's risk involved if we bring these chips out somewhere. So whatever you guys think.
You know where the deal is taking place?
No, he's gonna. I mean, between now and then, he's gonna try to figure out if there is a buyer or what's gonna happen. But if he can find somebody, then we'll figure it out. But he said if that does happen, he's gonna have some guys that are armed and not to be surprised by that. But he
Right.
said we can bring some guys too.
My thinking is if we can like put it there before we show up, that way we're never like walking with it on us if we can help it, or if there's some way we can transport it without it being on us.
We can figure that out.
Anyway, good work actually. This actually might pan out pretty well for us.
Yeah, I mean, I tapped into the underground pretty, well enough. I think it was legit. I don't think I got, down in any dark alleys. He inferred as much at least. Said if I had made some wrong turns, we would have been. I'd be getting shivved somewhere right now.
Well,
Which
it seems
is
like
normal.
you've
Back on the
made
ship.
the right decision so far. Oh,
Yeah,
I
we'll see.
wanted to show you something. Check this out. Turn off the lights over there. Turn the lights off. And whoever.
And I'll grab a dog and then flick the lights out.
Alright. I'll
Okay.
open
So as
the
you're
case
like bringing
of
the noodle dogs and stuff in, Mishka starts like following you around basically
Oh yeah, Mishka.
the ship.
Mishka.
Does.
You like noodles?
She smells at it pretty heavily, I would say, for sure.
Yeah, sure. And I'll give her a dog.
It's like gone in like literally less than a single second. And she just sits there staring
Yeah, I
at you.
guess I haven't fed you in 8 or 9 weeks. Fair enough. Fair play.
That's funny.
But
Since we ran out of that fish.
so if Dixon flicks the lights off and everyone's in the room, I'll say, well, I got this thinking about Dixon, but it's really for all of us. I think we could all benefit from this. And I'll open up the thing and I'll turn it on. And hopefully the walls in the room we're in are just, and the floor and the ceiling, basically, it's all just shining out into a beautiful kind of like handcrafted landscape that I've put together with digital images that I've discovered, with like waterfall and ocean, a little river coming in with like mountains up in the distance on one side, and you can just like go all around, and there's clouds that like move.
Also, you're like using a bunch of like cool clip art stuff that you've got in and have in there kind of to do it with, and videos. Because if you were gonna like render it all yourself and make yourself, you'd have to like make like an art roll to like really like make it.
I'll do that later.
Really
then.
good. But like,
So
but yeah,
this is just a prototype.
Yeah.
I want to make this a little better, bro. This is the basic concept. It's little piece of Terran landscape for anyone who misses home.
I mean, and it is
space too long.
It's a very nice projector, so it's doing a very good job of like rendering kind of. It's not like a projected 2D image on the walls. It's like you're sort of kind of in the crew commons and in like a park at the same time kind of thing. And there's a little waterfall there that kind of goes by, and while it's very easy to tell that it's not real, it doesn't look real in any sense, and a lot of it isn't even opaque. You can like kind of see through it and see the wall behind it. It is relaxing and stuff, and though it doesn't say so, I will assume it can also make like a few accompanying like sounds, so you like birds chirping and stuff like that.
Damn, brother, that's really something.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know if that makes me feel like I'm in the outdoors or just make me miss it more, but I appreciate the thought either way.
Yeah, well, if I get better artwork, maybe it'll look a little bit more convincing, but...
Sure, hey, it looks great, man. Good job.
It's something. Enjoy. You flick the lights back on. It'll still shine, probably.
What do you think, Mishka?
She's kind of tilts her head at it and like watches some of the fake birds and stuff go by, and looks back to you expectantly for another noodle dog.
Pause for one.
Then she stands up and turns it off, types in something on the computer.
No.
It's just the standard 4D projection there, no big deal.
Yeah.
Right, Mishka.
Let me fix that up for you. Rough.
Oh, it looks so much better.
Running gag. Mishka being smart. She is smart.
Smart.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, she won't beg because she's so well trained and stuff, but she'll kind of follow you around as you eat the noodle dogs and enjoy them. Sterulia, yours are completely made of meat. Everything in it is meat. It's also kind of made of, so it's not just like meat, like muscle tissue. It's actually got like the noodles themselves are actually more made of organs and stuff, not like just an organ plopped in there, but it's like, so it's mostly, and the broth is essentially a rendered melted down fat that's flavored with some salts and different types of the seasonings and stuff that would be associated with like Aslan cooking. So while it's sort of like an Aslan human fusion kind of thing, where it's like it's a bowl of noodle soup, so it looks like you're eating a bowl of noodle soup when you're with the other people, but it's literally all meat. It's literally all shit from an animal.
Nice.
It's also probably like 6,000 calories. Right, it's just all meat and fat. It's a lot of calories. I bet it would taste pretty good though. Kind of livery, but yeah. But yeah.
Well, so
you
yeah,
enjoy
supposed
your
to call
food.
us late tonight, and then we'll go from there, I guess.
Sounds like a plan.
So what time is it?
We can skip ahead to there. He said tomorrow at 3:10 to call him.
There's one other thing I wanted to do.
Sure.
I was gonna go to my room and grab the seed from Wells.
Okay.
Oh.
And just kind of hold it and just think, just to kind of wait for any kind of sign that this garden world might be the place.
Roll 2d6. All right, that's funny. So you're holding the seed physically in your hand, right? You said. Are you wearing gloves or anything?
No,
Are you
and I'll
wearing it
hold
in
it in
your
my
robot?
left hand, which is slightly more human than my right hand.
Okay.
It's not clear how human
Slightly
it is.
more human.
It's more machine now than man.
So that's
I can
actually
never
be-
love.
So give me well, first of all, roll one more d6. Because it should have been a boon. Okay, so you just dropped the 1, so it would be 4 plus 6. So it'd be 10. All right. You sit there and kind of thinking, looking at it. Nothing really happens. And you're about to like turn around and put it away, and you hear, well, it seems as good a place as any, I suppose. And Wells is standing in your stateroom in front of you. It's been a while, Dixon.
Wells.
How's it go?
Wells, you can hear me?
He just doesn't seem to really respond. He doesn't really answer. He just kind
good,
of like
brother.
he's looking at you.
Good.
He seems to like look around like he's looking at something that you can't see, like he's following movement that's beyond the walls of your stateroom. So where exactly are you, I wonder?
Aces.
Very far. How strange.
Talk to me, Wells. Is this the place?
And it kind of goes on. It's almost like he's like not making eye contact with you and stuff. You're kind of getting a weird,
it's a
kind of
decent
almost
enough
like an
world.
echo.
A bit of a breadbasket. It's got far as you can see. Other than that, it's a bit of a shithole. Probably about to be conquered.
About that time, he says to sit in the sun and walks through you, passing through your form like a ghost, basically. And you don't feel anything at all. And you turn around to kind of follow his movement, and he just kind of goes outside the wall, like of what would be the ship, and to what would be the hangar outside of the ship, and you don't see him anymore.
Plants a device.
But you hear in your head a little bit, just like the distant kind of sound of his voice for a moment. He just repeats the last thing he said.
Damn.
I also say with that, you notice the seed feels warm in your hand.
And whereas I didn't before, I didn't notice it, you think?
Probably a question Dixon's asking himself.
Damn.
It seems warm. It's noticeably warm.
I'll keep it with me.
Okay.
Hey Roman, can I borrow you?
Yeah, so what you need?
And it's our friend Wells is
Oh, Wales. Wow.
he's sort of trying to say hello or something.
What?
Anyway, can you take a look at the seed here under a microscope, see if you see anything?
Yeah. Throw it in there, you know. Where the electro microscope is.
I just figured
I'll slide out the tray and turn on the screen.
Okay.
Figured a vibrant planet like this might have been the spot. And this seed feels warm to me. I don't think I'm just dreaming it.
I'll touch it.
It feels warm, very slightly, yeah.
Does
To you,
feel a little
Stash.
warm.
Roll 2d6 also, and I gotta look on your thing. Sheet.
Let's see if you're as psychic as Dixon is.
2d6.
Yeah.
It's clearly super psychic.
Okay.
We roll the same thing.
So
You got one more than me.
you got to roll with roll an extra d6 too.
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
No, so same thing. So nothing happens. It feels pretty warm in your hand, and you don't see him, but you do hear very briefly the voice of Wells. And oddly, it isn't the same thing that Dixon heard or whatever. Like, you don't know what he heard, but it isn't the same thing he heard. In fact, what you hear is a slightly different voice, but it is Wells. It's the young Wells. Wow. So it's been a while, Roman. I guess you're okay too, huh?
What the fuck?
That's all you hear, though. You don't see anything. You just hear that.
Wells, how are you, friend?
So far.
See him?
So far away.
See him there?
So far away, he says. Can we bring you back with this seed?
Wow. Well, I'm glad everybody's okay.
Don't think they can hear us, Dixon, but they're like,
yeah, he
witnessing
didn't
what's
really
going
respond,
on.
but they.
What did he say to you?
Yeah, he didn't. I tried to talk to him. He didn't react, but he just seemed, he seemed comforted that they, which I guess means us, was that we're okay. I don't know. That we're
You heard
far
the
away,
younger
maybe.
Wells?
Yeah, no, this was old normal Wells.
Well, that makes even less sense, but not
first
like any
Wells.
of this really makes sense. I definitely heard the younger Wells.
Specifically as he was when you ate that meal with him. That big meal with him at the table.
He did mention that he was happy we were all okay, it seemed.
Yeah. So he said something like that, yeah. But it wasn't
Did he
like
give you
talking
any
to me,
indication
just like
of
about
what to do
me.
with this? Right, same with me.
No, I don't know. I was hoping maybe you could see something, or maybe it might just be one of those things we're gonna, he said we'll know it when we see it. I don't know if this feels right or not. Probably not.
Well, the fact that he's even communicating at all has to mean something, doesn't it? He hasn't done
Maybe.
He hasn't done this to you this entire time until now, right?
Well, no, I told you he's popped up once or twice. On the I've had dreams that are more than dreams.
I think the fact that you and I both have experienced this has got to be of some sort of significance. Are you sure he said nothing about this planet or?
Definitely nothing about this planet or. Yeah, it was just like I don't know, maybe
lay in the sun.
Maybe this is remnants of him that was still in us, the way he affected all of us.
So I just want to clarify that when Dixon first saw him, he said, I guess this is as good a place as any. And then at the end of that encounter, he said, to be in the sun. To be in the sun. I just want to clarify that, right?
I didn't catch all that.
Okay, I didn't think you did because those seem very clear to me.
I mean, unless he says, yes, you idiot, plant the damn thing right here.
I thought that's what that was. I thought that was him saying, yes, idiot, here, as good as any.
All right, what time? So it's already in the evening.
Yeah, it's evening. I would say it's not too close to 3:10 in the morning, but if you wanted to do something, you have time.
I wanted to go out in the day. So why don't maybe we'll
I'd say it's like 5 p.m., 4 p.m. or something like that at this point. You have time to move whenever you want. It can be whenever you want it to be. This is your scene. Sure. Whenever you wanted to touch the seat, you had a whole day to basically do that. So, well, I guess it would be like after 6 p.m. basically.
Yeah, right. So yeah, let's. How about tomorrow we take it out?
think it's worth a shot.
and see what happens.
Better than it collecting dust in a shelf in a corner of a spaceship somewhere.
Yeah, that's right.
He deserves that at least.
And I don't think we'll have much better luck at Tick.
All right. So do you want to?
Maybe
Do you want
Well,
to?
this is like a garden world, though. I like the idea
right.
of that.
Yeah.
So do you want to skip ahead to the 310
Yeah.
or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm pretty nervous. I'll be there drinking coffee, staring at my phone,
I'm packing.
and I couldn't
Stunner.
tell what this guy was actually
He wanted
saying.
you to contact him at 310. So it's whenever you're ready.
I'll do that. I'm gonna do exactly 3:10. I'm counting down seconds. 3, 9. All right, here we go. And y'all listen, and then I'll make a call.
All right. So he comes over the comms. It's voice only, first of all. So it's basically like a regular comm radio kind of thing. The moment you try to connect to it, like, so it doesn't, so basically it doesn't ring. It, like, he immediately answers basically.
Well, at least you're punctual. That's a good start. Okay, so we're starting with something. So it seems like you're interested still. That's good to hear. And you haven't got yourself killed on the planet or something. So how are you feeling about your side of things? I got a buyer, and I got whatever arsenals you might need on the way. So if you just let me know, we could arrange for a place. I got an idea, and I would prefer to stay on my terms, of course, you understand, given that I've taken a lot of risk here, and this is my fucking planet. So whatever you want to do, it's really up to you. But I got a buyer. They're interested. They've made a number of offers, potentially. It's not as much as you might want. It's not as little either. It's a pretty big sum of money. I'm not gonna lie to you. So I'm gonna, of course, take my finder's fee from them. Don't you worry about that. So I'm getting mine. So you don't gotta worry too much. But if you fuck me over here, I really am gonna kill everybody. And that's okay. That's part of the business. We understand that, right? We're on the same terms. I kind of get the feeling from you that maybe you've seen some shit too. So, like, why don't we get together and make this happen? I'm not going to make any specific offers for any specific items over the communication device, but how does the vicinity of, let's say, 4 per item sound to you?
Glance around. I assume everybody's happy.
What does that mean? Or what?
I assume.
4 million credits per.
I'll
Per
just hold
chip?
my hand up. That's gonna be it's a 7-figure value you're going on there.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. We'll say 4 mega creds. 4 mega creds. I'm making a deal.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
offer for 4 mega creds
Per?
Uh,
Okay, so yeah, we got
That
two
sounds
to sell.
good. And like I said,
per
our,
unnamed item.
yes, sir. Well, on our end of things, we got it. So, if your end's good and your buyer's solid, then we're not gonna have a problem.
All right. Well, yeah, I can make that. Is there anything else you wanted me to bring exactly? If there is, I would like you to encrypt that data in a packet and send it my way immediately after this conversation. You're gonna have a window of about an hour to, let's say, put together your shopping list before this communication device don't exist so much no more. So, once you're done with that, I will send you an encrypted data packet with the location. You'll know where to meet, and we can make it happen. We got 1 hour to make this all set up and work. Does that sound good to you?
Beautiful.
All right, make your choices, send it over, and we'll make it work.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I can turn this fucking thing off.
And then it cuts off.
Yeah, they didn't have anything too fancy, but it sounds like whatever grenades or whatever you need, we just need to shoot them over list.
So yeah, put together your list. He can pretty much sell you anything up to TL 11 in terms of the armaments. You're gonna pay extra for TL 11 by what is it, 20%. So just know that there's a 20% markup for anything above TL 10. Well, for TL 11, it doesn't go above that. But if you wanted to buy a big ass heavy gun that's TL 11 or grenades or whatever.
Chat.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna use the restroom because I've been chugging the hell out of these bottles of stuff. So it tastes too good. It's the hydration formula. So I'm gonna take a real quick restroom break, but I'll leave us going, so we won't be on our normal break. So you guys can talk to the audience about what you're buying and talk to each other and stuff. So we'll still be live, but I'll be away for a brief moment. Right.
So I guess
Maybe.
just put some of them laser grenades on the list there.
I mean, I think you can just kind of hand wave that and so put together pretty much buy whatever you want and then just buy it. And if the deal goes smoothly, we'll have it.
Yeah,
And we're
it's
selling
definitely-
2 chips?
Yeah, we got 2 to sell.
That's okay.
So potentially 8 million in our pockets?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Sounds like our off into the sunset moment.
I mean, we can always alter the deal further.
Yeah, I think they're worth
In
at
what
least
way?
6.
Yeah, we'll just show up and be like, all right, 10 mil. As we agreed upon.
Well, he did say that there was a couple offers, I think. So like we probably could.
Joking, I think.
Well, no, I think he did. He
8
genuinely
mils,
said
8 mils probably the best.
Just
that's probably
agreed.
like
Just-
what's in the middle, maybe.
No, why would he sell it for anything less than the maximum?
Because
He's
then there's
ge-
no room to negotiate.
Because he's getting a finder's fee.
He
so-
wants more. He wants
He's keeping the
he's got-
finder's fee to himself.
right, but he's got no
Right.
incentive to sell it for less.
So if someone offered 2 million, he's not going to accept that.
The way that like a private buyer will do it is they'll have like a maximum that they're willing to go to, but they'll start at a lower value. Like, I'm only willing to pay 15 for this, when in reality they're willing to pay 20. That way that there's wiggle room for you to budget with. I don't know if Cynical set it up that way, but that's kind of the implication that I got when he was like, the guy's got like several different numbers that he was thinking about. You could be right too, though, that he would just start with the highest, because that would make
he
the
was
most
just
sense.
kind of
as
I mean,
someone-
we could have tried to
Yeah.
negotiate, but we didn't because we didn't want to fucking die.
I know. I don't want to fuck this up.
I mean,
8 million.
I'll
We
take the
couldn't-
4.
We're already
8 sounds
probably
nice, though.
We're
10
already
million
probably
sounds
fucked.
nice.
We're probably already fucked, but
10 million sounds really nice, though. Round it up.
all right. Did
That
we?
8 to 0 is really nice.
So I'm assuming we might be
7-0.
taking the like grav car.
That'd probably be the easiest.
Yeah.
So, we're gonna
And-
hide this in, like, our shoe or something?
Probably no armor. Stunner at
No,
most.
this guy said he's bringing guys and we can bring guys.
What's the TL? Or the law level?
Law level 6.
It's up
so
to shotgun, so you could bring stun, you could bring a shotgun, you could bring
And armor.
pistols, presumably. Let me look.
But no armor. No visible
No armor?
No visible
I'm
armor.
back.
Oh. That's assuming we're going to the port. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Gotta get off the ship somehow. That's usually through security.
Yeah.
We have a cargo. We have a grav car. We can just take off.
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, typically, I mean, you've gotten out. So if you wanna leave this ship, you do pass through customs on the planet. We didn't roleplay through you going because we were doing downtime, but you do pass through customs on your way out. So if you want to bring something illegal through customs, you'll have to do that, or you'll have to arrange something else, right? Like you'll have to like leave in your ship and then make the grav car fly away and try and do some stealth shit or whatever you want to do. There's ways to smuggle shit past the border. You just got to figure out what you're gonna do.
We're good. God can read my killer instinct. He's not fuck with us.
I mean, what are you bringing out of your ship that's illegal?
Well, we were just
We're
talking
thinking
about
about
we're just
armor.
talking about what we should equip and where should we wear any armor?
The weapons and stuff you're wearing. I see what you mean.
Visible armor is prohibited.
I was gonna say they're not gonna see like data chips and be like, those belong to Astro Burgers.
Right. Yes, right.
I see. Okay.
I was just wondering.
It's like going to the airport with it. They'd be like, I don't fucking care. It's
Because he
a
started to say,
flash drive.
Right. He started to
Right.
say like, no armor stunners only, and I'm like, oh no.
Sure. I mean, if you wanna get weapons through that would be illegal on the planet, then you have to figure that out. It's up to shotgun. You can have,
Yeah.
I think it's TL6 or not TL6, law level 6.
Yeah. So all firearms except shotguns and stunners
Up to
are
shotguns,
banned.
Yeah.
Carrying weapons is discouraged. Armor.
So they technically don't want you carrying like a pistol because it's concealed, that kind of a thing.
Right. Battle dress, combat armor, flak, cloth, mesh are all banned. But if you have armor you can have armor beyond. I don't know if there
Diplo
are
vest.
any armors beyond that. Because
Diplo
all
vest would be
visible
allowed,
armor is
right?
not banned yet. Yeah, a Diplo vest would definitely be allowed.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
It just depends on what you guys are gonna do.
yeah.
I mean, we can skip ahead
have
to
a
310
meeting?
right now. I'm just waiting for you guys to.
Yeah, do we have a meeting, please?
You're built. No, not yet. This is you're setting up your shopping list and you're sending him a encrypted data packet in an hour with what you want him to bring, and he's sending you an encrypted data packet immediately after that with the location, and then he's destroying the contact device.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying.
Sweet. So yeah, just throw those grenades.
So I'm just
on
waiting for
those.
you to have the list. That's all right now.
So you sent the list? You have the list? You know what you want?
Who? Me?
You.
Oh, I didn't
Gren-
realize
you know
I was
what-
making.
You know what grenades you want?
You're the only one buying grenades, so
I guess just I don't know how much they are or anything like that.
You just click on the items. But we can like if that's all you want of these grenades.
I just wanted some of those laser grenades. That's literally all I want.
Yeah, so aerosol grenades are
However many of those I
batons
can
either?
get.
15
No,
credits.
I just want those laser grenades.
15 credits each. So just
Let me
say
it's 10 of those.
aerosol grenades 10.
Okay. Hey, thanks for the follow, Janata Sodre. I think that's how you say that.
Like I said, I'm sure it's fine if you want.
Janata
something else,
Sodre?
but,
I'm not sure.
like you don't.
Thanks for the follow.
If you find something else you want, I'm sure you can get it. Like a baton, you want to replace your baton grenades?
No, that thing didn't do
I mean,
anything.
no, that was. Well, I guess
I don't know
armor
what-
Well, you were
that's
shooting
like-
guy in power armor with it.
Right.
What do you want?
aerosol grenades are 15 credits each.
Yeah.
They're cheap. Yeah.
I only didn't get
the other
more
one you
last
used-
time because they
They
didn't,
didn't have more. Okay, well, shit, get like 30 of them.
The other one was a smoke grenade.
I'll get 20 of
You
them.
used
I mean,
smoke
he
grenade.
didn't give you an amount that you would be able to buy, but you get the feeling that
Right.
if you were like, I want 1,000 of these grenades, he might be able to make it happen.
Right, like it's a case of grenades.
Yeah.
I use an electromagnetic pulse.
Stun grenades.
I've got 3 frag. I've got 4 smoke grenades. I've got 2 thermal smoke grenades left.
Neurotoxin.
No,
That sounds exactly like what Roman would do.
Yeah, that sounds violent.
War crime weapons.
Y'all just got like 20 aerosol grenades.
All right, so we'll put that together. Do you need to do anything to encrypt it?
Let me get 20 aerosol and then 5 electro pulse.
All right, write those down so we can subtract the right amount of money and add them properly to your sheet. As for anything else, you were asked about heavy weapons. Were you getting any heavy weapons that you wanted
we're good.
from him, or any pistols or anything?
Nope, we good.
All right.
All right, you get that packet, compress, and send the packet.
Yeah, there's nothing that needs to be done special to roll to make it an encrypted packet. If you want to like really go hard and make sure that it can't be decrypted easily, then it would be a versus comms thing against the guy who's like decrypting your thing versus you. Anyway, so it doesn't really matter until the moment it happens. So you don't need to roll now, because if you roll now and it came up next session, we probably won't remember what you got anyway. So
Sure,
right. Just don't worry about the roll right now, and then if it comes up, we'll make that roll.
It's not coming up. We're good.
But so you encrypt this data packet, you think, with a list of some grenades on it, and essentially the acceptance of like, yeah, we're good on the 4 mega creds each. We have the 2 items en route whenever you're ready to go, kind of thing, and you send the data packet off. Within probably about 10 seconds or so of sending it, you receive also an encrypted data packet with a location. It is somewhat surprisingly right in the middle of the city, like literally right in the middle of the city, and you're looking at it at first, and you're like, that's what that seems like. It's literally in the middle of a street, like an actual like ground car street. Why would they want to meet in the middle of a street? And then you notice another signal, or not signal, but another essential aspect of the coordinate. It's not an address. He's not giving you an address, right? He's giving you coordinates. And there's an altitude coordinate of 7,000 feet, basically. It's like 3,000, like 2,000 meters high above the ground. Yeah. So it's above the city.
Yeah.
It's at a set location in space above the city. Not in space, but like literally in space in the concept. It's still an atmosphere.
For what time is the meet?
Meets now.
The meet is now. That's the location, and you have no further communication from him, because you know that after he sent that packet, he destroyed the comm device or wiped it or whatever.
Okay, so to clarify, if we leave in the grav car from wherever we're parked, are we free to go essentially, or do we have to go through security?
Technically, legally, you're supposed to go through security to exit with, and then with the grav car and all of that, and then they can load in and go out. Like, you don't normally take the grav car out like in that kind of way while you're in the hangar, but you can like exit the hangar and then leave the grav car. There's ways you can do it in like a clandestine sense, where it's like like it's not technically legal,
right?
But like Solomon could take off. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna make you roll for that. As a former cop and stuff, you force that happens all the time. That's one of the ways people get around.
If we're not trying to smuggle in weapons, we could take off perfectly legally.
Right.
Yep.
That's not a problem.
Maybe we should be.
And it is those grenades are illegal, right? Those grenades are illegal to
will be illegal on the way back.
To walk around with here, so you will be illegal on the way back with some things.
Illegal, but like not bad. I mean, they're like
they're not awful.
Grenades.
No, they're just military hardware, so it's a controlled thing. It's still contraband, but it's a little less bad because you're not taking it out into the environment. You're
Right,
bringing it in.
right.
You're taking it to your ship, but it's still technically illegal in the Star Town,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
that's the main difference. Or no, actually, the Star
I mean, are
Town's 8, I
it's
think.
6. Oh.
No, that's outside the Star Town. The Star Town has, I think it's TL8, or not TL8. God damn it, law level 8. Hold on, what is law level 8? I'm trying to remember if it's 8 or 10. I can't remember. Here we go.
Well, it ain't law level 10, that's for sure.
Maybe not. I don't remember which one it is. It's not the same as the...
Well, the chart goes from 0 to 9. So.
Right, well... depending on the edition, yeah, I guess, so it's in Mongoose Traveller, that's definitely right. I guess from 0 to 9. And it also, it goes from like 1 to 10 in one of the other versions. But which one? Okay, what is 7? What's law level 7? I'm trying to remember.
7 also bans shotguns.
Put it in notes.
It's 8 then, because you can have shotguns. It's up to walking around with shotguns. I think
that's the wrong direction. That's 6.
So is it 5? All right, here we go.
So it's
Gotcha. All right. Instrument. Let's see.
kind of confusing to read.
Yeah. But yeah, the law level inside the Star Town, the area inside of the low port isn't the same as the outside of it. I'm just trying to make sure which one it is.
The law is stricter.
Not always. As oftentimes
okay.
it can.
Right. Okay.
It's just different, right? It's like the Imperium standard law level, whatever that is. Basically, is what is expected on starports. Oh yeah, but this isn't an Imperium starport, so that doesn't matter. So it would be the Aces. So it is 6. Never mind. That was a waste of time. All right.
I mean, I find most laws to be a waste of time.
Agreed.
Yeah, well, at least people out there are seeing how this shit works for Traveller. So, yeah, it's law level 6 inside too. So you're not technically allowed to bring those grenades inside. So you would have to either.
But even a non-lethal grenade would be against the law
It's just
level.
technically contraband. Yeah.
But we could talk our way through that. I'm not even worried.
You might be able to talk your way through it. You also, if you did the thing where you if you did do the thing where you left from the ship outside or something and snuck your way to the place, it doesn't matter how you bring them back then, because you can just bring them back to the ship in space. The air raft can fly into space, so
I see what you mean.
it doesn't really matter how you do that, but you're just gonna have to figure out some way to do it. Anyway, the meet's now. What are you doing?
All right, we're good. Load up an air raft, boys.
You could also
Well,
technically
it's-
legally leave and then just have Solomon leave and then meet him, I guess.
Nothing
technically in
heavier than a
space.
shotgun.
So you guys are kitted out. You're all going. So first of all, who's going? What do you kitted out with? Just tell me.
We're all going.
Armor's no go.
Stripped down, no armor.
Perfect. I got my stunner on my belt.
Stunners and shotguns. So I'm gonna I'll bring a shotgun in the car.
Okay.
Just like in the, I don't know, wherever. And I'll have my laser pistol in my other special hand.
And you can bring things like a hunting rifle, because like people do hunt here and stuff. But like bringing like the mag sniper rifle wouldn't be okay. Stuff like that. What do you?
My
What do you
flechette
say?
pistol?
Having fun.
A flechette pistol is illegal, extremely.
What about the
that's one of the most.
PG&P? That's okay, right?
That's insanely illegal. That's off the scale illegal.
I'm gonna bring
But it's so cool they're not gonna say anything.
an extra
It's like, can I
large
hold it? Can I take a
cup.
selfie with it?
Like all pistols are illegal. Like running around with a pistol is
Yes.
illegal. Yeah.
Yeah.
basically
Okay,
the
extra
only thing they're
large
allowed would be like
milkshake.
shotguns and stuff, like a full size shotgun, because you're like gonna shoot skeet or like go hunting for birds or something like that is allowed.
Is that what it is? All right,
Not
well,
really,
forget it.
but
I'm
it's
not
it's
bringing
the
a
wall
shotgun.
level.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Okay, all right, I just have laser pistol.
I have my stunner and a big milkshake.
And
that
the
I put in a
stunner,
really
why
big
not?
cup.
Wait, what? A laser pistol?
Mine is basically undetectable. 'cause
Sealed.
It's in
Oh, you're
my
talking about your hand
hand.
one. Okay,
Yeah.
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 Gotcha.
It's inside of his arm.
Otherwise, it's illegal. But it requires
Yeah.
high-tech scanners, which this backwater piece of shit. I'm not too worried.
All right, so you're gonna leave through customs and take the air raft.
Yeah.
All right. And Solomon, you want to stay on board ship? I mean, he'll just ask you. Y'all want me to stay here in case you get in trouble and I'm gonna fly out to you, or what?
Yeah.
I mean, we can stay on comms the whole time if you want. It don't matter to me. It's not like it's difficult. We got a ship here. We got a whole telenetwork on this planet.
Yeah.
Whatever y'all want to do.
Sure, stay on comms.
He nods. Okay. So you don't have anything illegal to declare as you're passing through customs, so you exit without incident, are allowed to claim your grav car, your air raft, your sealed air raft on the other side and load it up and take off. They do give your shotguns. Wait, are you bringing shotguns?
Stunner.
Stunner. They do still give those like a look, and they allow them to pass through, and they basically like record your name for having carried a weapon through and all that stuff. But yeah.
Look at me, the guy with the weapon.
Some worlds, they don't respect self-defense.
I guess not.
Who's driving?
Oh no, Bear is driving.
I'll drive.
I mean, technically, I'm a scrawny little girl.
It's only 4 people that can fit in it.
Disregard the fact that I'm 6 feet tall and 200 pounds.
Yeah. Compared to the other Aslan, tiny. So, yeah.
Oh wait, this is a flyer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Think
No.
Dixon-
Grav?
No, it's Grav.
Oh, no.
It's Grav.
You're
Oh, it's
right.
gra-
No, it's drive. Right, that
No,
other
150 pounds, my bad.
that gyrocopter is flyer, but this
That's
is
flyer.
like
This is Grav.
yeah, drive grab. I think.
Drive or pilot
No,
Grav
did I
or
make
whatever.
that up? No, I made that up. No, it is fly grav.
Fly Grav.
I have
Or
yeah,
pilot
so
Grav.
I have
It's pilot Grav.
Pilot Grav.
no.
Pilot small craft?
Oh, is it pilot small craft? I think that's
No.
right.
No, that's
Yeah.
not right.
I'm
That's a
pretty sure it's
fighter.
flyer.
Flyer, that's what I said.
Oh, you're right.
Pilot
It is
craft.
flyer. It's
Yeah,
flyer
you're right.
Grav. You're right. It's flyer Grav.
All
I was
right, so
thinking.
got-
I was thinking
have
of
flyer
fly,
zero.
flyer rotor.
Does that
flyer
make me the
rotor.
driver?
Yep, that makes you the driver.
Good. All right, we cruising. We're off to the races.
It does. I believe have a level of autopilot on it that you can do too. I don't remember what it is.
It does have a
Yeah, I
bunch
like-
of stuff on
I like
it.
to cruise.
It's pretty decked out air raft.
Okay. So you take off in the air raft, which is a very, very simple thing to fly. It pretty much flies itself. I mean, it's the epitome of the anti-gravity technology that exists within the Traveller universe. Very hand wavy in terms of how realistic it is, but it essentially lets you jetson your way around. You can like go into orbit in it, right, without the tyranny of the rocket equation or anything like that, or pretty much it allows for quite a bit of movement. It can also travel about 300 miles per hour if you want to go to MPH there, or about 300 kilometers per hour, not PMPH. So it's pretty damn fast as well. This one is sealed. They're not always sealed. So if you want to go up really high in atmosphere or fly that fast, you would have to like have special equipment and all that. But the fact that this is a sealed air raft lets you fly at that speed and not have the suit on and stuff inside. If you go up into space or whatever. There's no airlocks though, so if you open the door, everybody dies. But that's sealed air raft, and you're in it. So you take off. This is owned specifically by Ryder. But go ahead and give me a roll. It's just gonna be int. Flyer grab int. Flyer grab int.
I rolled an 8. I rolled Dex though.
Oh, you rolled it
already.
already.
9 for int if you want.
Okay. This is just for the reason it's int is this is more about the navigation through the city and stuff. But yeah, you arrive at close to the location, very, very quickly, and you can see a pretty large grav tractor there, just like what you saw in the alley, but this one has the back completely opened, like rolled up like you had before. And you can see inside there's a number of people standing there with him, and they're all kind of holding on to the ceiling, something like a handhold on the ceiling. And the door, the ramp lowers out to kind of provide a little platform between the two vehicles as you pull up next to it. I need another roll. This one, dexterity.
Hate it.
It's not particularly hard. You just don't want to smash into them. All right.
Trying to be cool.
So you manage to pull the grav vehicle alongside the ramp here. You look down. It's pretty far to the ground. The atmosphere outside is thin, but not so thin that you need a suit. What do? You can see inside there your contact. He just kind of waves, and he's standing there holding the ceiling, so he's just like this. And points. You can't hear him, so he's just like pointing at his men, who each of them are. Well, they're definitely not holding shotguns. These are laser rifles. They're lowered. They're not aimed at you, and they are wearing visible armor. So they're pretty elite.
Load of bullshit.
And he just gestures.
I pull out my blade.
Come on in.
Can I? Do I have to continue to fly this thing, or can we dock?
It has autopilot, so I'll allow you to set the autopilot to stay in place.
All right, I'll do that.
There's no rolling for that. You're just doing that.
And I will be cool and approach with confidence of a man who's done this many times.
Okay. So, you open the door to the air raft. The sound of rushing air comes over kind of immediately. It's so something that's interesting about this is that, you're not like perfectly docked. You're not literally connected. You're kind of just like as close as you can be to each other. So it's a little creepy. It's also especially creepy because of the fact that there's no handrails or anything like that here this high in the air. And it's also sort of like a pretty convenient way to get rid of a body if somebody were to die here. So there's a little bit of a concern, but the
Or
door...
does the body literally fall in town square?
I mean, it does, but by the time it hits the ground from this distance, they probably won't be able to tell how the fuck they died. So, unless maybe it's in a power armor or something.
They're too busy hassling me for this goddamn
But
Gauss
the
rifle.
wind blowing through his hair, he leans forward. The two gentlemen inside holding their rifles down, each of them holding the side as well. He gestures towards you. It's like I said, blowing his hair. And he kind of yells up over the wind, "Come on in! It's safer in here."
I'll gesture for the doctor to come with.
Get up and take a look down. Get all shaky, and then I'll go with him.
All right. There's a brief moment of sheer panic as you step between that space, that like just a few feet between the space between your two vehicles. There's no jumping over a gap. The gap is literally like inches, but you can look through that gap and see. You couldn't fall through the gap if you tried, right? But you can see oblivion. You can see death through that gap. So it is a little bit terrifying. But it's not difficult. You don't need to make a roll to jump across into their vehicle. We just have Roman and Dixon going in.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Okay. Stay, Roy. You're staying in the car.
Yeah, I guess I'll stay here.
So yeah, you each go into the back of the vehicle, and he lowers the door down, not all the way, but about 2/3. So the bottom is still kind of whistling there a little bit, but it's a little bit quieter and less of a risk of you being immediately thrown out the back of the thing by it lurching or something like that to the side all of a sudden in a thick wind or whatever. But you see the stable, so you see the kind of door being lowered now. All right, now we can talk freely here. So you've got the product for my confirmation.
Oh,
If this is real, and we've already agreed on the price, so then this is just the confirmation. So you
I'll
understand.
reach into my shoe. I'll pull the chip out of my shoe.
All right,
Hand it to him.
just one moment, and goes over and kind of gets some hand sanitizer and rubs over it and pulls it out and sticks it in a little machine and starts to type on it. It's a little computer. You're not 100% sure what he's doing because it's not really, you can't like see the screen, and it does have a screen. It does not have a holographic display. It's not particularly high tech. Yeah, these looks real to me. Okay, let me check the other one. He's doing 2, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you hand him the other one, and he checks that one too. Just sets it down to the side. The 2 guys with him basically don't move the whole time. Every now and then they kind of like turn their head and look at what's going on. And when you go to reach down your shoe, they do kind of like grab their rifles, but they don't like aim them at you. It's like they're ready to do something, but they don't talk or anything like that. Nor do they ever make eye contact with you or him. Very specifically, they're dressed from head to toe in solid black armor. That looks a little familiar, but not super familiar. It's like similar to something you've seen before, but not quite.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
So he kind of, after examining them, sets it to the side, and yeah, you wanted these grenades here, it looked like, so I'll throw in the case for free. And he sets down what is basically a suitcase with your grenades in it.
Nice.
Like 30 grenades or whatever. So,
Nice.
yeah. You can see they have been organized. None of them are active right now. If you want to take a look,
open
inspect
them
them,
and
he
look,
turns it around, scoots it over to you. It's all good. Remember, don't ask where they come from, and we won't have too many problems.
No questions here.
If you look at them, they look like they are direct military surplus, like they are straight from Imperium Navy.
I look at Dixon and I just nod. When I close the case and lock it.
All right, so I guess let's handle the grenade exchange first. You got the credits. I know it ain't much compared to what's being done here, but I'm selling you the grenades. You're not selling me these chips, you understand? I'm brokering the deal for the chips. I'm selling you the fucking grenades, so you're paying me for that, so we gotta handle that first. So do you pay him?
Yes.
The value? All right.
I'll slide the chips over.
How much are you paying him? Just you're paying him the right amount. Just don't want to make sure that...
Yeah, it was like 15 per aerosol.
They're not very
grenade.
expensive, yeah.
Is that the same price for all of them?
Which ones were you
What
getting?
was the other one? EMP.
The other one I was getting was the electromagnetic.
No, those are
pulse.
more. Those are 100.
Yeah.
Oh, those are 100. I only got 5 of those.
I thought you were getting 10 of them, but okay, 5 of them. So it's 25 grenades total, then not 30.
So,
Yeah.
so 500 for
Yeah,
those, and then 300 for the others. So 800 total.
Yeah.
Cool.
And so this looks like this is all in place. 800 credits, all right. Well, it's nice doing business with you. I don't want to know your names and nothing, and you don't got my contact, but if you ever need to buy something again, you know where you can find some excellent noodles, and maybe we can make something work out now and that kind of a circumstance. So, without further ado, why don't I hand you your payment, boys? And one of the guys aims his rifle at you, and the other one reaches down and pulls out two things. One looks to be a plasma grenade, and the other looks to be a couple of cred chips. And he hands the cred chips to the gentleman in the middle and takes the plasma grenade and arms it. All right, so I'm not gonna fuck with too much work here, and don't you worry, I'm not fucking you over, but I've been fucked over before, and it's not gonna happen again. So here's what's gonna happen. These are the credits. You can take them and get in your vehicle there and leave. If we got any trouble and you try and take these chips back, my friend here's gonna blow your little car up there. You see what I'm saying? He's gonna roll it right under this ramp, and that ramp right there, it's gonna go. That ramp is gonna disappear, just like your car. But that door is armored, and we'll be just fine in here. And then my boy, he's gonna shoot you up. So if you're fucking with me, it's all bust, right? We understand? All right, so let's just take a few steps backwards towards that door, and you can raise it on up yourself.
Is it possible to verify the amount on the chips?
Very slowly.
I can do that.
So you can look at them. They do seem to both be marked as 4.
Okay, I'll take it at face value.
Yep. I mean, you would have to plug them into something to really check.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not trying to get down into it.
All right, so I'm gonna start counting, then we're gonna start backing away from each other real careful.
Sounds like a good idea, friend.
Pleasure, Chief.
Yeah, I told you not to call me by now. I'm kidding. Get the fuck out of here.
Now you've done it.
But one question: where'd you get these grenades at? Anyway?
All right, boys.
He said no question.
All right, so you back up to the door and raise it yourself.
Yeah.
All right, so you would see them doing this Stayroya outside. There's this kind of tense moment. The guy now has the rifle trained on you, and the grenade pulled back, like ready to throw at any moment. And the other guy is rifle. So basically, the guy with the grenade is like holding the rifle down like this, trained on the 3 of you in there, and then the other guy is aiming at Stayruya in the car. And you slowly back into your grav car, and as soon as you are off of the ramp pulls away before you've even closed the door. I mean, like literally the second your butt is in your car, the ramp pulls away, and the door is closed, and they take off. So you're just sitting there, like not buckled in, with the door hanging open, kind of in the exhaust of their grab vehicle as it flies away. And you're kind of like, oh, whoa, and we'll close it.
Oh, and lose my balance and fall back out of the car.
Oh, Dixon!
All right, so you're inside the grab car now.
Pay.
What do you do?
Holy shit.
Let's just get back to the ship. We're not out of this yet.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Want to check those cred chips?
I'll plug them into my.
What are you gonna do now?
I just want to see them. I plug them into
Better
my.
you know sooner than later.
Jason,
PC.
son of a bitch.
Yeah. Fucking stab 'em.
You put them in. They do seem to be cred chips, and they do seem to have money on them. They are, however, kind of encrypted in a strange way, that you've never seen before. So I will need you to make an actual computers roll. So it would just be int computers.
Right.
Okay.
Or
Wasn't part of
education
the deal.
computers.
Hate it.
Those weren't part of the deal. Oh.
Okay. Yeah,
One.
it's a success with the +3 effect. Yes, there are 8 million credits total.
I turn the screen around and I just look at everyone.
8 million Florian credits.
Aw, Florian credits.
What?
Which are actually slightly more valuable than Imperial.
Yeah, no,
credits.
that's good. That's good.
Yo. Oh.
Is this a game to you?
So it's the equivalent. It's the equivalent of 10 million Imperial.
I'm holding the screen and looking at everyone.
Damn.
I think we'll be okay for just a little bit, huh? Astro Burgers on me tonight.
Wait a minute.
Wait a
All right.
minute.
And on that, our camera moves outside of the grav car as it begins to move off. And we will pick up next week with you trying to figure out how the fuck you're getting a case of grenades into the starport, or what you're gonna do, if you're gonna call Solomon or whatever. But that's what we'll pick up next week. And soon after, theoretically leaving the world of Asus, but I'll give you an opportunity next week when we play to do any more last minute purchasing or anything you want to do here, if you want to. Otherwise, we're winding down, so you guys are heading off to Tick soon. So you guys want to go ahead and move into favorite moments?
Getting paid, baby.
All right. I mean, if there's anything that you guys need to like wrap up here at the end, but before I draw the curtain on the session for the evening, go ahead and let me know. But it's already 11:30, so I didn't want to get too much longer.
Steruya would hand Roman cred chip with 1,000 on it.
You're handing that to me?
Yeah.
What's these for?
Equipment purchases.
For what equipment?
Your equipment.
Like medical supplies?
No, like this stuff you bought for ship and everything and everyone. All of it.
That was gifts, Teruya. You don't have to pay me for this. I'll give Steruya the credits back. Like, this is for all of us to enjoy, Steruya. Save your credits. Maybe you buy me a nice hot meal somewhere.
Okay.
I hope you enjoy your plants, Steruya. I know
You gave me a plant?
I did. I left it in your stateroom.
I've not been there for the past week because she's been working.
How long ago was that?
Oh, jeez. I hope it's okay.
You better go water it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I haven't been watering it. But yeah, something to green up your room a little bit. Bring a little nature in.
Oh wait, shit! I did forget to do something actually. Because you brought the seed outside. So when you bring the seed outside, it feels warm in your pocket. Like you literally, it begins to feel much warmer. But other than that, let's go ahead and draw the curtain there as the camera moves away from the grav car and they head off towards whatever the fuck they're gonna do at the beginning of next session. But let's go ahead and do our favorite moments for everybody. So, Roman, you or Society, you go ahead and start since you had started with getting paid.
Yeah. That was a really cool arc, or a really cool finale to a really cool arc. I felt like really neat. Definitely fly off into the sunset vibe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like felt like the end of a Lupin episode or something.
I can see that.
Like,
yeah,
we actually got the money and we're driving off. I did really enjoy having the opportunity to like get some stuff for people. I thought that was really neat, and like making the ship more ours now that we have the ability to, since we spent so much time in it. I thought that was really cool too.
Yeah,
that was fun.
I like that a lot actually. That would be one of my favorite moments, is like you just buying the gifts and Ryder like being like, yeah, let's redecorate the interior and like nesting and all that stuff that happened.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Yeah,
I could see like a little bobblehead or something in the cockpit or something like that. little Hawaiian dancer or whatever.
I like the nod to the noodle dogs.
Yeah, that was a reference to our Sojourn campaign, for those of you at home, which was a campaign we didn't do on stream, but it was a different space game.
That was a good one.
They basically owned a noodle dog stand at the end of that campaign. Yeah,
that was ours.
It was hilarious.
Among other things.
Among other things, yeah. It wasn't the whole campaign.
The whole empire.
It was the whole campaign.
Dog stand.
Yeah. So yeah, what about you, Venom? Any favorite moments?
Yeah, a lot of cool stuff. I liked the Aslan noodle guy, and I liked Guido, the shady, guy in the back of the van. I don't know. I'll think about it for next week, how Dixon's sort of processing all that. I think it's probably just kind of a shock at this point, but
yeah, the fact that you just did
but it was
a criminal
character,
exchange.
like, yeah, right. I mean, I don't think it would be too much of a shock given everything, but
All right, what about you, Psycho? Favorite moments?
I like the noodle dogs.
Oh, just the noodle dogs? Okay.
Yeah, that was just great. I loved it.
What about Ryder over there? Sorry. Michael, what are your favorite moments this evening? If any.
I liked flying in and seeing all the Aslan mercenaries kind of posted up, possibly ready to turn on who they were paid to help, essentially.
Yeah, we've got a lot of
like
complexity going on there, right? We've got a lot of it's interesting, the like geopolitics of the world are playing out in front of you. As a GM, I actually really like one of my favorite moments. Like I said, my favorite moment already was Roman buying all the stuff. Everybody, I really like that. But like as a GM on the back end of things, it's super cool to see like the politics and the depth come to play of like what is really a very, very kind of mundane concept of what's happening, but there's also this weird psychic shit that's going on too. And the crazy thing is like the mundane stuff that's happening is a much bigger deal than the psychic stuff. But the juxtaposition between what weird one is versus the other, I think is fascinating to explore in these final moments of this campaign. So I really am enjoying that you're like messing with the Wells thing at the same time that you're doing stuff. There's also a couple other scenes I want to do on Asus next session before we get to it, because I want to get the passengers right. They got to deal with what the hell's going on in this week to get off the ship and all of that. So we have a few periods to put on the end of our sentences here, but I feel like it's pretty cool how some of these threads are coming together to make a sweet rope. Anyway, thank everybody for coming out. That was great. Hey, the Mario. Stevie Beans came in. Fatal came in. J5. We had Gerbil. A bunch of the regulars. Appreciate all of you guys that came out here. Hopper was there. Really appreciate all of it. Super, yeah, we got multiple followers. Nada Sandre. Stevie Beans and then earlier. Fatal Mistake. Follow me from. There's a friend of mine. It's really cool to see everybody showing up. Also, I missed this one before, but Limping 92, thanks for the follow, and Example BBQ, thanks for the follow. I missed that one as well. Really appreciate everybody that came out, and we will see you guys next week.